Happy Thursday, everyone. Hi, Cheryl. How are you? Are you working today or driving or working out or all of the above? You're always busy. Hope everyone is having a good week. Bear with me. I have to get my phone up and running, and now it doesn't want to work. I swear I'm having issues all the time with my fucking internet. I have the biggest problem with Spectrum all the time. I truly wish these companies were not allowed to monopolize apartments. Ugh. Every time I test my internet, it's supposedly excellent. And yet it doesn't want to connect or gives me the circle of death or whatever. So I don't understand. At work, unfortunately. Aw. Well, hopefully this will help you get through part of your workday, because we are going to be listening to Loughran and Sergeant Barros, two heroes from the Karen Reed trials. We are starting with Barros. Yes, Barros, you're wonderful. I do have it set at 1.25 speed. Hi, Miss Bucket. I have it set at 1.25 speed right now. If it's too fast or seems to be too slow, I may bump it up to 1.5. But 1.25 has been pretty good. When it was the longer testimonies like Bukaki and Man Shannon, I bumped it up to 1.5 just because they were such long testimonies. But I think we'll just stick out the rest of this at 1.25 because we don't have that much left. We have Barros and Lucky today. We're also going to get into Dr. Wolf from ARCA. And then after Dr. Wolf is, I can't remember now. Hold on. Because I know that it's also, I can't wait to go over Dr. Laposada's testimony. She was the best. So Barrows's testimony is just under an hour. And then Lucky's testimony is just over an hour and a half. We're going to skip Karina Kolakith's testimony. And then we have Dr. Wolf, which is at just over, just over 4.5 hours. So we may get through direct of Dr. Wolf today. We'll see how it goes. And start with cross of Dr. Wolf tomorrow. And then after Dr. Wolf, we're going to watch the motion for a mistrial. And who is this? I don't remember this guy. Who is John Tedman? Oh, the private investigator. Okay. His testimony is only, what, not even 20 minutes. So, and then after the motion for a mistrial, after Dr. Wolf is Dr. Laposada. And then Dr. Laposada is almost 5 hours. And Dr. Rentschler is just over 4 hours after Dr. Laposada. And then we have closing arguments. And then we're going to obviously rewatch the reading of the verdict, which is emotional, no matter how many times I see it. Danny, hi, how are you? Danny says, hey, Al, I'm at work, unfortunately, too, but listening in the background to this makes it bearable. Aw, I'm glad we can do that for you guys that are at work. Especially since we're on the defense now, and it's not as much of Spanky's ridiculous nasally voice and attitude. So, with that being said, like I estimated yesterday that we'd be done with this trial by the end of the weekend, which it still looks like we should be, depending on how the next couple days go. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to look through the trial channel and court TV to see what older trials, other older and really good trials that either I haven't seen or only seen bits and pieces of that I'd love to go over. And I'm going to put a vote up for you guys, probably in the community posts, to see what you guys would like to go over. So keep an eye out for that, so that when we are done with this one, we can start the next one, whichever would be interesting to you guys. Hi, Shelly. So for now, let's get back into Karen Reed Trial 2. This is Sergeant Barros. Here we go. I changed the layout. I just found out that we could make our own layouts in StreamYard. So I moved so I could do this with my whole screen, but still have somewhat of my purple border, and then moved my little icon up in the corner. If this is like, I don't know how it looks on screen, but if it's bad, let me know. Any lawnmowers today? No. Thankfully, I guess that's the one thing I could be so thankful that it's been raining so much. No lawnmowers today. Thank God. Ugh. My birds aren't even out there. No birds today because it's been raining like crazy. It's supposed to stop raining though for the rest of the day. So hopefully. Ooh, wait. I hear a little bit of chirping. They're farther away today, so might have some birds chirping louder in a little bit. Rain there too, and cold. Oh yeah, it's freezing. It's 40 some degrees here. Real feel is in the 30s. We have a frost warning coming. It's awful. It's going to be May, and we have a frost warning. It's disgusting. Jenny Lynn, what's up, sweetie? Driving or on the tablet? Or did the tablet die, I mean? Watching me and May at the same time. I don't know how people do that. I just don't have the attention span for it. But thank you for watching me today. Appreciate you guys all being here. So we are going to get started here with Barros. So here we go.
All right, Mr. Jackson, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your full name, spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Nicholas Barros, Barros.
And where do you currently work?
The town of Dighton Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Dighton Police Department, sir?
Since 2011.
And what's your position there currently?
Currently, I'm a sergeant.
What's your duty assignment as a sergeant? What do you do?
I supervise the 4 to midnight shift.
We'll get to that in a little bit more detail in just a second. A couple more foundational questions. How long have you been a police officer altogether?
Since 2011, so going 14 years.
And what education and training and background do you have that qualifies you to do your duties as a sergeant, a supervisor at the Dighton Police Department?
I completed the police academy. I hold a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I've been to many trainings as a police officer and as a supervisor.
When did you get your bachelor's degree?
2012.
Is the Dighton Police Department an autonomous police department for the city? In other words, is it a branch of, say, for instance, Massachusetts State Police, or is it an autonomous department?
It's on its own.
Okay. It's not in any way connected to the Canton Police Department, I presume?
Correct.
Is it in any way connected to the Massachusetts State Police Department?
It is not.
As a supervisor, are part of your duties to oversee subordinate officers in their daily fare, whatever that may be?
Yes.
Does that include anything having to do with crime scene investigation?
To an extent.
Witness interviews?
No, that would be the detective bureau.
What about working and coordinating with detectives?
To an extent.
Collection of evidence or working with detectives as they collect evidence?
They would collect evidence.
Maintaining crime scene protocols, things of that nature?
Correct.
All right. As a sergeant with the Dighton Police Department, are you a trained observer?
I am.
Would you consider all of your subordinates, the patrol officers, day-to-day officers, are they also trained observers?
They are.
Is that part of policing?
It is.
Describe that a little bit for the jurors so we understand.
We are in the police academy. We're told to watch everything. It's our heads on a swivel. We are always looking because we don't know what the unknown is.
You say you don't know.
Got his degree.
Is it true that you don't necessarily know what might become relevant later that may be needed in court?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to January of 2022, a few years ago. January 29th, 2022, did you have you personally, officer, did you have any personal relationship with the Canton Police Department?
I did not.
Did you have any personal relationship with a trooper from the Massachusetts State Police named Michael Proctor?
I did not.
Do you have any relationship with a person by the name of Brian Higgins, an ATF agent?
I did not.
Do you have any relationship with a Boston police officer known as Brian Albert?
I did not.
Did you know any of the witnesses or individuals involved in an ongoing investigation related to the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe?
I did not.
On January 29th, 2022, did you receive some sort of a call to respond to a particular location? I don't want the address of the location. We'll get to that in a second. Did you receive some sort of a call in the afternoon?
I did.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
Around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a call from the troopers assigned to the Norfolk District County DA's office in regards to a vehicle that was at a residence in the town of Dighton.
What were you asked to do? Why did you get that call?
The troopers said that they were coming into my jurisdiction, and as a courtesy, they wanted me to respond with them.
Is that sort of normal protocol? If you go into somebody else's jurisdiction, you let them know?
Yes.
So that was not necessarily unusual?
No.
About what time did you receive that first call?
The first call was around 2:30 in the afternoon.
Was there are logs kept to those kinds of things? If you get a call, you respond to location?
Yes.
At some point after you received that first call, did you receive any other call specifying a time of arrival for the MSP troopers, anything like that?
I did.
Describe that for us.
I got a second call around 3 p.m. From Trooper Michael Proctor stating that he was about 10 minutes away from the address in Dighton.
At the point that you spoke with Michael Proctor, had you ever spoken to him in your professional or personal capacity ever before?
Never.
Did you know the name? Did you know who he was?
I did not.
Complete stranger?
Complete stranger.
What time did you actually arrive at the residence?
I arrived at the residence, I believe it was 3:27 p.m.
Sergeant Barros, I don't want the address, the cameras are rolling. Did you respond specifically to a residence in the city of Dighton?
Yes.
Did you at that time know who lived at that residence, who resided there?
I did.
How did you know that?
Early in the shift, when I came on at 8 a.m., the midnight shift, the outgoing shift, had told me that a resident of Dighton at that address had called looking for a ride to Brockton Hospital.
Who did you know at that time, or who did you believe at that time to live at the address that you are now responding to?
William Reed.
That was Reed, R-E-A-D?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know anything about his daughter at that time, or did you just know the name William Reed?
I just knew William Reed, the name.
At the time that Michael Proctor called you, did he say anything about what his intentions were once he arrived at the location?
Yes, his intention was to retrieve a vehicle that he said was involved in a homicide.
Did he specifically say to you at 3 o'clock-ish in the afternoon he intended to seize the vehicle?
I believe the first phone call, that was his intention.
Meaning all the way back to 2:30.
30 is when he first called me and said that they were coming to Dighton to retrieve a vehicle that occurred in a homicide in Canton.
And you understood that to mean what? Retrieve a vehicle?
Seize.
Thank you. What was your role once you arrived at the scene at the Reed household?
My role was Trooper Michael Proctor asked me to facilitate a tow to tow that vehicle.
Was that a private tow company?
Yes.
And when you say facilitate a tow, what does that mean?
He asked who we used for towing vehicles, and during that period of time, it was Diamond Towing.
Did Diamond Towing ultimately show up, a representative of that
They did.
tow company with a tow truck?
Correct.
A flatbed?
Yes.
Who was with Trooper Proctor when you arrived at the scene?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Had you ever met Sergeant Buchanan before?
Never.
Did you know him?
Nope.
Did you know him professionally or personally?
Never.
Had you ever spoken to him?
Never.
Ever? I'm so sorry. It's getting late in the day, and I guess I'm going too fast. Sorry, my fault. Let's start that just a little bit slower. Did you know him?
No.
Had you ever spoken to him before?
No.
Had you ever heard his name before?
No.
No relationship whatsoever?
None.
Same with Trooper Proctor?
Correct.
Once you arrived at the residence, did you have an opportunity to see the vehicle that was the focus of Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan's attention?
Yes. Once I arrived and I parked my cruiser at the end of the driveway, I observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
What were you driving?
I was driving a Ford F-150 police cruiser.
A police cruiser that's a Ford F-150?
Correct.
They have those?
Yes.
Cool.
They have.
Were you in full uniform?
Full uniform.
Gun bags, the whole works.
The whole works.
Did you ever go inside the house?
Briefly.
What was the circumstance of going inside the house?
I went inside to let the troopers know that the tow truck operator was there. And I also went in to ask how we're going to get the tow truck into the driveway because there was about a foot of snow.
Okay. That sort of answers my next question. Did you see whether or not Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan actually did go inside the residence?
Yes, they did.
For the bulk of the time that they were in the residence, where were you?
Outside the residence.
Were you with the black SUV?
I was in the garage speaking to the defendant's mother.
The defendant's mom?
Yes.
Janet? Okay.
Yes.
Have a good meeting.
Where was the SUV at this point?
In the driveway.
Did you have an opportunity to see the SUV?
I did.
Did you walk all the way around it?
Not all the way around.
Did you see the rear end of it?
I did.
Did you make note of the rear end of it?
Yes.
How long would you say you were at the location in a position to observe the rear end of that SUV? 2 minutes, 20 minutes, something in between, longer?
I would say not the entire time that I was there, but a good amount of time.
More than a glance.
Yes.
This is the afternoon of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Before the vehicle had been seized formally by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe anything of note about the rear end of that black SUV?
Yes, I noted in a report that there was damage to the taillight,
Can you describe for the juror, by the way, which taillight are we talking about?
the right rear taillight.
Can you describe for the jurors what you noted in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight?
I noted that the report said that there was right rear damage to that taillight.
We were playing Where in the World is Joy Schmehar? I always don't know how to pronounce your last name. I've heard or asked before, and I think someone has spelled it out phonetically for me. Schmehar. Schmeyer. But we were playing Where in the World is Joy earlier today in Billy Bush's chat. We found you. We love you, Joy.
When you say damage, have you ever described that damage previously?
I have.
Can you tell us what that
Yep.
description is?
There was, it was damaged. The taillight was damaged, but there was a crack missing, but it was not completely damaged.
When you
Oh, it rhymes with Behar. Schmehar. Oh, that's funny. No offense to anybody who likes Joy Behar, but she drives me nuts. I never watch The View. Sorry, not sorry.
You say there was a crack. You mean there was a piece missing?
A piece was missing.
Can you describe for the jurors kind of what that piece looked like, how big it was, how small, the shape, as you call it?
The piece was about maybe this big,
Is that maybe the size of a dollar bill, maybe 6 inches?
6 inches.
And
So
how wide?
maybe that wide, maybe 3 inches, 2 inches, somewhere in there.
I want to show you a
got
photo.
it now.
Well, with the court's permission, I would like to show Exhibit 13.
I can't believe you put that together.
Do you see what's depicted in this photograph?
I do.
What does that appear to be, just generally?
The right rear tail light,
Of what?
the Lexus SUV.
Is that consistent with the black Lexus SUV that you saw at the Reed residence?
That was the black Lexus. That was not the tail light the day I was there.
Can you do me a favor, Mr. Wolf? With the court's permission, can we zoom in on the right rear tail light, please?
Okay.
Do you see the condition of that tail light as it's depicted in this photo?
I do.
Sergeant Barrett. In this photograph?
I do.
What does that appear to be, just generally?
The right rear tail light,
Of what?
the Lexus SUV.
Is that consistent with the black Lexus SUV that you saw at the Reed residence?
That was the black Lexus. That was not the tail light the day I was there.
Can you do me a favor, Mr. Wolf? With the court's permission, can we zoom in on the right rear tail light, please?
Okay.
Do you see the condition of that tail light as it's depicted in this photo?
I do.
Sergeant Barros, is this the condition of the right rear tail light when you showed up at the recent Reed household at around 3:15 in the afternoon on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
What's different about this photo, sir?
That tail light is completely smashed out.
Does it appear that there are additional pieces of taillight that are removed from this taillight condition than when you saw it at the Reed residence? Okay.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Of course. Describe specifically, other than the fact that it's different, describe in detail for the jurors what is different about this taillight as it's photographed here.
That middle section was intact when I was there. Towards that right side where that large chunk is, that's what was missing.
I'm going to hand you a green laser pointer. If you can, there's two displays, one monitor directly in front of you and one to your right. If you could use the one to your right, it's a little easier on the jurors. Describe what's different about that taillight.
Can you see that? So this area was intact. This is what I saw was missing here.
May I approach?
Yes.
That would be hysterical, Joy. Oh my God.
If the entire taillight had been broken out as it's depicted in this photograph, would you have made note of that?
Sustained.
Do you believe you would remember if the taillight, well, let me ask it a different way. The piece that you saw missing, but not completely damaged, is the reason that you use the phrase not completely damaged to highlight the fact that there was still more taillight attached to the vehicle than is depicted in this photo.
Sustained.
We can take this down. As you sit here and recall back to that, your observations, and you observed this for over the course of how long would you say? How many minutes?
Probably 20 minutes or so.
You actually wrote a report about this, correct?
Correct.
And you documented your observations, correct?
Correct.
In your documented observations, did you use the phrase,
And here we go. Something that was actually fucking documented, okay? Yeah.
cracks but not completely damaged?
I did not.
Sustained.
Yes, we did, Joy.
You testified previously,
I have?
about a year ago.
Yes.
Did you use the phrase cracks but not completely damaged then?
The objection sustained, Mr. Jackson.
Ultimately, was the black Lexus SUV towed and cleared from the scene?
It was.
Is it your responsibility or part of your responsibility to log the time that things like this happen? Like, for instance, the SUV is taken away?
When I cleared from the scene, yes.
What time was that when you cleared the scene?
I believe it was 4:17 p.m.
Suffice it to say that SUV was not seized at a later. Can you see what's depicted in the still image of that video right now?
I can.
I'm gonna ask you if you'll turn to your right, concentrate on this area.
Did it just skip?
It's not seized at a later.
No. Okay, that was the
Can you see
video.
what's depicted in the still image of that video right now?
I can.
I'm gonna ask you if you'll turn to your right, concentrate on this area.
Aw, I love you too.
This area here. Do you see what's depicted in that still image?
I do.
Does that appear to be a taillight?
Yes.
Does it look clear? Does it look like it's shining red?
Looks clear.
The portion that is intact, does that appear to be brighter red?
Correct.
And the photograph that I just showed you a second ago, is that red portion there?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Let's go back. You see the red?
Yes.
Is that the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th around 3:15 or 3:30 when you got to the location?
It was.
Exhibit, please. Is it 13? Can we zoom in, please? Can you see that this entire area is now missing?
I can.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Sure. The area that I'm circling here, do you see any red lens in that area?
No.
Is that consistent, this photograph consistent with the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th, 2022, just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Lights, please.
Okay, I have to ask this question. Since when is 10 o'clock on a Friday night too late for people? Seriously, 10 o'clock on a Friday night to me is just like, what? Like, when did we get old? I'm 47 and feel old. I get it. But 10 o'clock on a Friday night is not late. Just saying. And okay, I don't know about dance breaks. And I just say I'm not on the Sparkly train. I don't watch Sparkly. I'm not like a huge Sparkly fan now. And no offense to people that are, nothing. I have no issue one way or the other. I'm just not on the Sparkly train. Yes, we will keep you up laughing if you can just make it. Hi, debater. See, not by me. I'm old. I'm old too. But come on, it's a Friday night. 10 o'clock. Oh, I don't count because I don't sleep. I guess that's true. But still, even if I did sleep, since when is 10 o'clock on a Friday night late? Screw you people. You seen me. I am older than the Bible. Joy. You're so funny. 46. I go to bed early and get up early. Well, I don't know how to say anything because I have never been an early. I've always been a night owl. That's just who I am, how I've always been. I mean, it probably had something to do with growing up working for a restaurant. I worked in everything in a restaurant. I started out as a carryout girl, then a hostess, then a waitress, then a bartender, and then I did bartending at bars. And I just always, even when I was younger, when I was a kid, I liked to stay up late. My mom, even though I was supposed to go to bed, my mom said I could stay in bed and read as long as I was reading. And that's why I love reading so much too. I just, I don't know. 10 o'clock just seems early. Like most people, when they go to the bars, don't even go to the bar until 10 o'clock. Jeez. Not on the train, but I have seen clips. Yeah, I am. Like I said, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to really talk about Sparkly or anything like that. I just, not my thing. Can't function without sleep. if I couldn't function without sleep, I wouldn't function ever. So, however, I do have to say I've been getting more sleep this past week than I've gotten in a long time. And I don't know if it's the weather or what, but I've also been in a lot of pain this week though too, because of the humidity and the rain. It sucks. See, 5:30, fuck that. Although I can't say much because I'm up at 5:30 too, because that's about the time I get off work. So my whole internal clock is fucked up. Kept my old ass up until 4 a.m. That is when I normally wake up. Well, get used to it every Friday night. Hi, Bridge Breaker. It's 11 for me, so yeah, probably too late. Oh, well, join us if you can, sweetie. We are not about that. Yep. Nefarious! Thanks for coming, you guys. Barbara, thanks for coming. All you guys, thank you, thank you, thank you. Just talking about tomorrow night at 10 o'clock. Be here, be square. Do a welfare check on me Saturday. You're just allowed only water tomorrow night, Joy. Remember, I told you I'd remind you. She's still sleeping with her wig on. Yeah, she needed to crack open a beer on Saturday to make up for all the beer she had Friday night. Oh, I can't wait till tomorrow. Taking away all my fun. Hey, you were the one that told me only water. I didn't say it. You did. I'm not coming if Joy's only drinking water. Oh, no need to be nervous. Well, now that you got the first one out of the way, definitely no need to be nervous. You know, we're just here to have fun. Here to have some laughs. Give other people some laughs on Friday nights. That's all it's about. So it'll be a good time tomorrow if you guys can make it. You guys just reminded me that I have a water sitting right next to me that's unopened. I'm supposed to be hydrating. Well, everyone, grab your waters. We can't play the water game like we did during the first trial. You know, take a shot of water every time Lally says, what if any? Because, you know, he barely questions anyone in the second trial. But drink your water, people. Not out of Stanley's and get tennis elbow like Aiden, okay? Just saying.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Have we met before?
We have not.
Do you still work in Dighton?
I do.
At the time you went to the lead residence, you did not know.
Oh,
The
Mrs. Bucket, we are Eastern Standard Time. So I believe you guys are 5 hours ahead of us, if I'm correct. So what would that be? For 3 a.m.? Oh my God. I guess it would be 3 a.m. your time. You're so sweet if you're literally going to wake up at 3 a.m. to watch us. But it will be a good time. Laughs by all. In my defense, I drink Bud Light, mostly water. Does that count? No.
I did not.
Since then, have you ever met or spoke to
Totally agrees with you.
William Lee
Nope.
or the defendant?
Nope.
When you went there that day, it was at the request of the state police.
Correct.
When they asked you to come, it's a typical procedure for one law enforcement agency to contact local law enforcement agency.
Correct.
And part of the reason they do that is to bring in separate and independent law enforcement officer to the scene
Yes.
because it's your jurisdiction.
Correct.
And they called you before they got to Mr. Reed's house, didn't they?
Yes.
They told you what they were going to do and when they were going to do it?
Yes.
They didn't just show up at the Reed house and then you found out later. They invited you and informed you what the process was going to be.
I wouldn't say that they told me what the process was going to be.
When you got there, were the troopers already there or did they arrive after you?
The troopers were there.
Were they in the house or outside of the house when you got there?
They were outside in a pickup truck.
Did you see them get out of the pickup truck after you got there?
They got out after I identified themselves.
Did you ever see them approach and touch the rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you ever see them manipulate in any way that rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you see them do anything that was suspicious, inordinate, or unfairly remarkable relative to their car?
I did not.
When they spoke to you, they then went inside the house?
What do you mean by spoke to me?
After they introduced you, you introduced yourself to them, they went into the Reed house?
Yes.
And then they came out?
They came out much later.
And that vehicle was towed?
Correct.
At no time from when you got there until you left, did you see anybody from the state police in any way tamper with that vehicle, did you?
I did not.
When the vehicle was towed, you know how long it took to take the vehicle from Dayton back to Canton?
How long?
Yes.
I did not.
You didn't escort it back.
I did not.
You had an opportunity to write a report in this case, didn't you?
I did.
And when you did, you had an opportunity to describe the damage to that taillight in any way you wanted to.
I did.
You could have gone into detail about size of the damage.
I could have.
You could have gone into detail about the shape of the damage.
I could have.
You could have gone into detail about the width of the
He
damage.
has some nerve questioning
I could've.
him about writing this report in detail when the other assholes didn't even write reports or take photos. Fucking dickhead. I hate Spanky. He pisses me off. His voice, hearing it for 2 seconds, just makes me so fucking cranky.
You could have taken photographs of the damage if you wanted to.
I could have.
In fact, there was no limitation on what you could have written in your report regarding the damage, was there?
No.
You write reports regularly, don't you?
I do.
You trained at the academy. It's the best way to memorialize events.
Correct.
Because in time, your memory is not always as good later on than it is at the moment.
Correct.
What might be important or remarkable later might not be remarkable at the time you're making the observation.
Correct.
So you're taught at the academy to use as much detail as you can so that you can have an accurate memory later on.
Correct.
Because oftentimes, you respond to a number of different events and incidents, don't you?
I do.
You write a lot of reports.
Not necessarily now in this position that I'm in, but
Did you at the time?
at the time, correct.
And so it's sometimes difficult to remember the details of all events, and you use the report to refresh your memory.
Correct.
When you wrote your report, and you put
I used to drink Molson Canadian when I went back to bartending after my divorce. So this was in 2005 and 6. I used to collect the labels because they used to have sayings on them. They used to have these labels. I can't remember what was on them, but I liked collecting them for whatever they used. They would all have different funny sayings on them, and I wish I could for the life of me remember what they were, but they did, and they were cool. Spanky, the MSP, could have done a real investigation, but they didn't. Exactly. Ask in chat tomorrow night. We'll tell a story if Miss Girl allows me. Of course I will. And it is Molson Canadian, not Canadian. Canadian Molson. Hey, Maylin, can you put the links in while you're here real quick? Thank you. Molson from Canada is much different than what we get in the US. Yeah. It's called Molson Canadian, and I know because I used to drink it. Like I said, seriously. And I used to drink Labatt. I'm only sometimes though. I was more of a Killian's. I like Killian's. Molson Canadian's pretty good. I mean, that was about it. I'm not a I don't know. I'm not a light beer fan. My favorite is Sam Adams Oktoberfest. That's my absolute favorite.
put as much detail as you wanted. Is it fair to say you only wrote one single line about the damage to the car?
Correct.
The vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight.
That's what I wrote.
Fair to say you didn't document that it was the size of a dollar bill. You didn't say that, did you?
No.
Thank
Or
you,
that it was 3 to 6
Layla.
inches. You didn't mention that, did you?
No.
You didn't mention the placement of where the damage was.
To an extent, I did the right rear tail light.
Right rear taillight. You didn't indicate if it was on the side or on the back.
I did not.
You didn't provide any other details of the description when your memory was probably at its best. So,
True.
would you agree that your memory that day was probably much more accurate than it is today?
I would not.
When you wrote the report, did you ever have an opportunity to write a supplement report if you wanted to give more detail?
I guess I could.
You didn't.
I did.
Inevitably, you were a witness at trial. I'm sorry, you were a witness at a prior proceeding in this case, weren't you?
Correct.
You came in and you swore under oath regarding your memory.
Correct.
And that was probably a year to a year and a half after you first made the observations which you reduced in writing in the police report.
Correct.
And when you made those observations, that was on January 29, 2022?
Correct.
When you came into court and you testified, that was on June 10, 2024.
If that was the date.
You were asked questions to use your best memory to describe the damage to that taillight last time you swore under oath to tell the truth, weren't you?
I don't think I was asked that.
What were you asked about to describe the best you could the damage to that right rear taillight last time you were in court on June 10, 2024?
I don't think I was told to describe it in depth.
Were you asked questions about the damage to that rear taillight last time you were in court?
I was.
And when you described the damage, did you do your best of your ability to give as much detail as possible?
I did.
Did you qualify your memory at that time, saying to the best of my ability and recollection?
I did.
And when you qualify as a police officer with the best ability and recollection, that is recognizing that time had passed,
Time has passed. Yep.
that you had a report, that you could refresh your memory.
Correct.
And did you refresh your memory with that report before you testified last time?
I did.
And when you qualified that it was to the best of your ability and recollection, that account for the fact that when you looked at the report, there was no detail other than your commentary in your report that the vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight.
Correct.
And so when you qualified, you were considering human factors.
Spanky, he didn't know that you're the fucking ridiculous assholes assigned to this case would, plant taillight, cause more damage to it. He's not psychic. And you just really have some nerve trying to condemn him for not making a more detailed report when at least he made a fucking report.
Like time had passed,
Correct.
that your report was respectfully scant,
Correct.
that you had heard a lot about this case since that point, hadn't you?
Correct.
And so considering your memory in June of 2024, when you qualified your answer, was it considering all of those different factors that had passed in between that time?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes. When you decided to qualify your answer and you said to the best ability and recollection, and then you went on to describe what you remember from the break or taillight, the reason why you used that qualification to the best ability and recollection is because of those human factors that had passed.
I would suppose so.
And sir, since the time you came into court on June 10, 2024, have you spoken to anybody from the defense about this case?
Yes.
How many times have you spoken to somebody from the defense about this case after you gave your testimony on June 10, 2024?
Once.
Where did you speak? Who did you speak to?
Attorney Jackson.
Did you speak to him in person or on the phone?
In person.
If you don't, okay. You're not hesitating, are you?
No.
Where did you speak to him in person?
At his hotel.
How did you know where Attorney Jackson was staying?
He told me.
Did you find it odd to go visit an attorney at their hotel and talk about a case?
It was in the conference room.
Find it odd. Go to somebody's hotel and speak to them about a case.
No.
Spanky,
Without saying the name of the hotel, where was the hotel located?
Boston.
And where were you located?
I don't feel comfortable telling you.
You have to drive.
I did.
So you took the effort to go to see Mr. Jackson for his request. Do you know who Mr. Jackson was
I did.
on TV?
I did.
When you went there to the hotel in the conference room, who else was there?
Attorney Little.
Who else?
I'm not sure of the other gentleman's name.
There was one gentleman right here on the end.
Uh,
There was one down there on the right.
no, it was not.
with somebody else?
Somebody else.
Was there anybody else there?
No.
When you were in that conference room, were you shown your police report?
No.
Were you shown your testimony the last time you came to the court?
No.
The photograph of the vehicle in Sally Port, the vehicle with the missing glass, were you shown that?
No.
Have you ever seen that photo before?
Of course.
And you saw it at the last event you testified at, right?
Correct.
And when you were shown that photo during your prior testimony, you never, ever suggested that that was in any way different than what you had seen in that.
Nobody asked me that.
You were asked to describe the damage, and you were shown.
Joy, make that $5 because I have rent due and I'm in big trouble if I don't pay my rent. We won't have anywhere to stream from next week. Just FYI. I know I'm laughing, but I only laugh because I don't know what else to do besides cry, and I don't want to cry on another stream. I guess this is a perfect time. Please, if anyone has the ability to help donate to my Gifts and Go or my PayPal, this is the perfect time. We have our stream up tomorrow night, so please spread it around. Be here at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. And if you can share my Gifts and Go link anywhere and everywhere, I truly appreciate you. I may be updating my Gifts and Go thing, the description in it, because I just had something else come up yesterday. I'm not going to get into it today because I do not want to cry on my stream again. But more importantly, if you could just get it out there, if anyone can, I truly appreciate you all. Yes, $5.
On that photograph, you never, ever suggested that there was a difference in the damage that you see in that photo compared to what you remember, did you?
I don't think anybody asked me to describe that.
Did you ever make a note or say anything that is similar to what you remember at the last?
I testified that that was not the taillight the day that I saw it.
That's what you testified at the last event?
Did.
Yes?
Yes.
You said that photo does not depict what you saw?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
And when you testified to that at the last event, who was asking you that question?
District Attorney Lally.
Okay. And you remember making that comment under oath?
I do.
You remember that as well as your memory about what the taillight looked like back in Dayton?
I do.
When you were asked questions about that taillight, you had described the taillight as not completely damaged. It was cracked, and there was a piece missing, but not completely damaged. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that accurate testimony?
It's accurate.
So, in your memory, in June 10, 2024, was that vehicle's rear taillight had a piece missing, correct?
Correct.
You said that your memory about the damage to the taillight, as you recall it when you were in Dayton back on January 29, 2022, you said your memory is as good as your memory that you said in court there was a difference between that photo and the damage, right?
Right.
Have you ever read your testimony from your last proceeding?
Never.
But you have a specific memory of discussing that specific photograph? Yes?
Yes.
Any approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you your transcript of sworn testimony on June 10, 2024. And when you reflect on your memory, understanding some time has passed, you testified that your memory of distinguishing that photo is reflecting your testimony.
So ask the question differently.
Your memory is that you discussed the distinction between that photo and what you saw at the last time you testified. Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
And I should take a look at that. Could you show me anywhere in your testimony, anywhere, where you made any statement about that photo being inconsistent with what you saw in Dayton on January 29, 2022?
not in there.
Amber?
Yes.
I can put it back on. Thank you. So respectfully, sir, your memory about distinguishing that photo is not as you thought it was and claimed it was in this transcript, correct?
Correct.
And that's not a matter of you trying to fool anybody or lying, is it?
No.
No, it's a matter of time passes and memory fades. Yes?
420 says, didn't he say in the first trial that it was cracked and a piece was broken out of it? Yes, that's exactly what he said. He said it was cracked, which is not the same as completely smashed out. Just because he didn't make that distinction doesn't mean his memory changed. Such bullshit, Spanky.
Yes.
And that's one real example why at the academy, they teach you in your reports to be as detailed as you can. We'll talk about the fact that memories can fade, right?
Correct.
Memories can change.
I know what I saw, and that wasn't it.
Well, that's not what I'm asking you, because you just testified that under oath, you had looked at that photo and distinguished it. But that's not accurate, is it?
No.
And so it's not a matter of you perjuring yourself or lying, it's a matter of difficulties with memory, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, correct.
And you share those same difficulties with memory as many other ones. Objection.
Sustained.
You have, as is human nature, difficulties with memory at times, correct?
Correct.
And so that very certain memory you had about your testimony last year, you're to say that never happened.
Correct.
You were simply mistaken, weren't you? Or there's something more, please tell me.
Correct.
When you met with the attorneys in Boston, what'd you talk about?
It was just a way for them to meet with me and see me face to face, and then ask me how I would be subpoenaed, who would they need to send a court summons to, what my schedule was like coming up in the next month, next months.
Those things all could have been accomplished by phone, correct?
Could have.
So the face-to-face meeting, what did you talk about?
I'm going to allow it.
Over here. What did you talk about?
Allow it.
Okay.
Over here. You told us there was some background about being subpoenaed and time. Subsequently, what did you talk about with the attorneys when you met them at the hotel conference?
Other than that, they didn't go over my testimony. We just spoke about that I said that the taillight was not completely damaged.
Okay. Did you get into any detail about the conversation about the testimony today?
No.
When did you meet with them?
I don't have the date.
Last year, this year?
I don't have the date. I don't recall the date.
I'm looking for the date, the general year frame. Last year, this year?
Probably June, early in this year.
Are you having some difficulty with memory about that as well?
On a certain date, yes.
Not a certain date. Was it this year probably? Or did you think you met them this year?
This year.
You know what month you met them this year?
I wouldn't know the month.
Where did you talk about this issue?
Everything
with
Spanky says
Yes.
just solidifies
Anybody
him as a
who
douche.
talked to you and gave you information.
You look up douche in the dictionary, you
No.
see
You
Spanky.
went to a meeting in a Boston hotel in a conference room, and nobody talked about the position.
I'm going to allow it.
I'm gonna allow it.
They
So
just-
I'll ask another question instead.
I'll allow it.
Have you had an opportunity
Bullshit.
to see other evidence of that taillight being damaged that morning before you saw it?
On the 29th of January? No.
The video that was shown to you with the tow truck, had you seen that before today?
Yes.
Who showed it to you?
From seeing it on TV, and
Was it shown to you during your conference room meeting at the hotel?
it was not.
So you looked and studied and watched this case a little bit?
With all due respect, sir, I don't live under a rock. It's all over social media and the news. You can't avoid it.
I'm not criticizing you for discounting you. I'm just
You're
asking,
not
have you
criticizing.
been exposed to
Oh,
this case
shit.
since you made those observations and on January 29th, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other video footage and evidence about that taillight since January 29th, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other information since you last testified? Well, it's not.
Shelly, it's in
I
Bukaki's
have.
dictionary.
You've seen this extraneous information, other information.
I love it.
And you think that played a part in some of your difficult memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I'll allow it. Like I allow
Okay.
everything Stinky asks.
You've seen quite a bit of information about this case and the issue regarding the taillights since you first made the observations back in 2022. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
It would be fair to say.
And based on all the additional information you've read and seen, would you agree it's had some effect on your memory?
Have a
I
good one,
guess.
Maitland. See you when you get
Yeah.
back.
You testified that you made explanations at the last trial that you didn't make, right?
Correct.
You had a memory, you testified in that examination on the road, and you tried your best about things that just didn't happen, right?
Right.
Would you agree that you had some difficulty with your memory?
I'd agree.
I want to show you some evidence of that taillight before you had a chance to see it in Dayton. If we could have the ring video at 5:07:58, please. Have you seen this video before, sir?
I have.
Before you've seen this one? Have you seen this on social media?
The news, social media.
Has anybody else shown you this video?
No.
How many times do you think you've been exposed to this video?
Too many to count.
Because you were involved in this case, and I'm going to say as a predicate, there were no orders to be not to. I'm not suggesting any impropriety. But because you were involved in this case and issues regarding the taillight, you think you had a particular interest in things like this? Came on TV or social media to take a look compared to your memory?
Did I have a
Yes.
particular interest? No, I didn't. I didn't follow this case
But you've seen this many, many times.
because of what is out there on social media and the news.
I understand. You play this, please?
Sammy, thanks for stopping by at 227.
You see that white part on the back of the right side? Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I'll allow it. Like I said, I allow
Can you zoom
anything
in a little bit more?
asks.
I can.
Can I?
I can.
Can I see it again?
Yes.
Thank you. Continue, please. Continue. So, can you bring it back and stuff? Back up. Hold it right there. Remember? You see, sir?
So I can see that.
Is that consistent with the damage that you saw when you looked at that Lexus in Dayton hours later?
Consistent.
Can we go to exhibit 10, please? And before you show it, I have a couple questions. This was a snowstorm, kind of like a blizzard that day.
Yes.
And when you got to the driveway, it had not been shoveled or plowed.
Correct.
There was quite a bit of snow accumulating and ongoing.
Yes.
And there was snow coming down on top of everything, the ground, the streets, the cars, correct?
Correct.
And snow was accumulating, did you notice, on cars and packing on cars?
Yes.
When you look at this house, when you look at the defendant's Lexus in Dayton, you didn't go over and scoop out any of the snow that was in that broken taillight, did you?
I did not.
You didn't try to move any snow off it or that was accumulated inside of it.
I did not.
And the snow that was snow packed on that car, wasn't it?
There was.
There was snow packed around the light, wasn't it?
There was.
And would you agree with the snow, since you didn't tamper with it or try to move anything, that could impede your ability to accurately observe the depth of the damage? Would you agree with that?
I would.
You can see, I'm going to see, I know I have it in my Dropbox. I'm going to see if I can pull it up. You can see from the dashboard that that light is not smashed out. It's plain as day.
Can I have exhibit 10, please? Does that appear to be the same Lexus you looked at when it was in Dayton? And it's a far view, so I don't want you to guess. If you're not sure, you can tell me.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I can't.
Can you take a look to the right? You see that right to the right, the white part?
I can.
Missing, yes?
Looks like snow is packed on it.
Does it look like it's right there?
Does not.
This is before you saw the car in Dayton. Do you know that or you wouldn't know that?
That doesn't look like the Reed's driveway.
Do you know if this photograph was taken before or after you made your observations in Dayton?
I do not.
The right rear taillight and the missing parts of it, is that consistent with what you saw around 3:27 on January 29, 2022?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, lights on, please, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant, did you celebrate your birthday 2 years ago?
I did.
Kind of a big deal. It's your birthday, right?
Yes.
What day of the week was your birthday 2 years ago?
No idea.
Do you have a difficult memory, sir?
Yes.
The fact that you had a birthday, you recall, correct?
Correct.
The day of the week of that birthday may fall by the wayside in your mind, right?
Right.
Sustain this to the floor, Mr. Jackson, is your
course.
witness.
The fact that you can't remember the day of the week, does that mean that you have a bad memory?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Correct.
You remember being in Dighton, correct? Being called out to Dighton to the residents of the Reeds.
Okay. Here we go. I'm still lit. I saw that showing. Look at this. Okay. You can see that tail light is still intact. This is snow. And there would not be snow on there if there was a big, gigantic hole. It would be caked inside. Have a good one, Joy. Jeannie Lynn is Glenn, everyone. See? Glenn? Jeannie Lynn. Happy check. What's up? See, you guys agree with me, right? You would not see any snow caked on the outside of that cracked taillight if it was totally missing. The snow would have went inside the hole. Thank you. Just had to point that out.
Correct.
Do you remember the time?
I do.
Do you remember the weather?
I do.
Do you remember who you met there?
I do.
Do you remember the conversations that you had?
I do.
Do you remember the phone calls that you received?
I do.
The first one?
I do.
The second one?
I do.
Do you remember being in the garage and speaking to someone?
I do.
Remember with this lady, pretty lady right here in the blue?
I do.
You remember meeting Mr. Reed?
Briefly.
Handsome gentleman with the bow tie?
I do.
You remember all that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the SUV?
I do.
Do you remember the condition of the taillight?
I do.
You were asked whether or not you saw Trooper Proctor in any way manipulate that right rear taillight while he was out at Dighton, while you were there, correct?
Correct.
You said no. Honestly, I never saw him touch it, right?
Correct.
Were you in the Sallyport in Canton PD? I'm sorry, in Canton, in the Sallyport at the police station?
I wasn't.
At 5:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Sustain.
At any point, did you ever go to the Sallyport at Canton PD that day?
I did not.
Do you have any idea what did or didn't happen inside the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustain.
Wait, so Jeannie Lynn says that is exactly what Be in Trouble said in his video, Scarlett. You should watch that. I'll have to. I don't know who that is, but I will check it out for sure. Ooh, Happy Chick is waiting to clock out so she can go home and nap. Well, hopefully you can get a nice nap in. You got to get all the sleep you can. So, because we got a big night tomorrow night. Can't wait.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, you could have taken photos had you wanted to, correct?
Correct.
And certainly you could have, right?
Correct.
Was that your vehicle that was being seized?
No.
You were simply there to assist another officer, right?
The form, Mr. Jackson.
Of course. What were you there to do?
Just to assist another agency.
Would it have been normal protocol for you to photograph that vehicle?
No.
Did you see Trooper Proctor photograph the vehicle?
No.
Did you see Sergeant Buchanan photograph the vehicle?
No.
By the way, you and I did meet once before, correct?
Correct.
Was that before or after you testified last year at another hearing?
After.
And you were called by whom last year at the other hearing? The defense or the Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth.
You testified for them?
Correct.
So that's stricken. It's beyond the scope.
Did the Commonwealth ever contact you after your testimony at the hearing last year?
They did not.
Did they ever call you on the telephone?
After?
Correct.
No.
Did they ever send you a subpoena?
No.
And you testified last year that the taillight was cracked, but not, or damaged, but not completely broken, correct?
Sustained.
You and I met in a hotel in a conference room, correct?
Correct.
Anything sketchy or nefarious about that?
No.
Did I introduce myself to you?
You did.
You happen to know I live in Los Angeles?
Correct.
I don't have a house, right?
Correct.
I don't have an office out here, correct?
Okay.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not I have an office?
I do not.
Do you remember me asking you if you would mind meeting at a hotel where I was staying in a conference room?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any problem with that?
Nope.
Do you find that unusual?
No.
Did you and I ever speak, ever, before your testimony last year?
No.
Did I ever tell you how I wanted you to testify?
No.
Well, Fridge Breaker and Hippie Chick, when you guys are done working, I hope you guys get to relax. Just have a really nice, relaxing Thursday afternoon. Shelly says if I nap this late, I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Close to quitting time. Yes, you guys. Hopefully,
Did I ever tell you what to say?
you don't have to
Did I
work
show you
too
the
hard for
testimony?
the last
No.
little
Did I
bit.
show you any video?
No.
Did I show you a single photograph?
No.
What
During
the
that conversation,
hell?
did
Why
you tell me
won't
how to
the
subpoena you?
button disappear?
I did.
Did you tell me where the subpoena should be directed?
I did.
Did you tell me your vacation schedule?
Here we go. Sorry,
Did I
guys.
show you any testimony?
No.
I screwed up my screen. Hold on. The fuck?
Play you any video?
No.
Did I show you a single photograph?
No.
Yeah.
During that conversation, did you tell me how to subpoena you?
I did.
Did you tell me where the subpoena should be directed?
I did.
Did you tell me your vacation schedule?
I did.
Did you tell me your availability and willingness to testify?
I did.
Did we talk about any other thing of substance other than that and whether or not you recalled what your testimony was from last year?
That was all we talked about.
Yeah, I do, Shelly.
As you sit here, Sergeant Barros, do you have any difficulty recalling what the condition of that taillight was on January 29th, 2022, at about 3 or 3:15 in the afternoon that you saw it? Any
No.
difficulty whatsoever?
No.
You remember the condition of that taillight?
I do.
Was the condition of that taillight the same as the photo that I showed you on my direct examination? No. That's all.
You would agree that your memory has changed since last time you testified in this courthouse.
Yes.
In the photo I showed you, the close-up with the missing right rear taillight, is that consistent with your memory of what you saw in Dayton on January 29, 2022?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's opened up.
I can allow it.
Is it consistent with what you saw on January 29, 2022?
It is.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set.
Thank you.
All right, next is Lucky.
Good morning.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran, Loughran.
In what town do you live, sir?
I live in Canton.
Where did you grow up?
In Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
all my life.
Did you attend Canton Public Schools?
Yes, I did.
Jeannie
which
Lynn
grade?
again. I like it.
I graduated from Canton High School,
What year did you graduate?
1990.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes,
How many?
I have two brothers, one sister,
What are their names?
Christopher, Michelle, and Michael.
And where do you fit in the order?
I fit in between Michelle and Michael.
You're the second youngest.
Correct.
How old is your brother Michael?
Michael is 53.
What does he do for work?
He owns his own driving school, and he was a member of the select board.
And you say he owns his own driving school. In which town?
Canton.
And you mentioned that he's a member of the select board for which town?
Town of Canton.
And what is the select board in Canton?
It's the governing body for the town.
Having grown up in Canton, are you familiar with the Albert brothers?
Yes, I am.
Which ones?
All of them.
Can you name them?
Brian, Chris, Brendan, Keith, Kevin, and Tim.
Of those Albert brothers, whom do you know the best?
Chris.
How close in age are Chris and you?
Very close. I believe I'm 2 years older than Chris.
How did you become familiar with Chris?
I went to elementary school. I went to middle school. And then he graduated from a different high school.
Was there any other relationship between the two of you beyond being classmates?
Yes, eventually I ended up working for Chris, delivering pizzas.
How old were you approximately when you started delivering pizzas for Chris Albert?
About 26.
Do you remember the name of his pizza establishment?
Yes, D&E Pizza.
Where is that located?
Canton Center.
How many years did you deliver pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
About 8 years.
Prior to January 29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
Yes.
You previously mentioned that your brother Michael is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And Chris Albert is Brian Albert's brother, obviously.
Yes.
So your brother and Brian Albert's brother are both town selectmen together.
Correct.
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and
And I'm
interact.
sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes. And interactions with the DPW doing details and stuff.
Okay. First, with regard to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. What type of interactions?
He would come in. I'd be, friendly. I'd say hello, or there'd be deliveries to the Alberts residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir. What do you do?
I work for the DPW. I work in the highway division.
And the DPW stands for Department of Public Works?
Yes.
For which town?
Town of Canton.
And what are your duties, or strike that? Around January and late January of 2022, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long have you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have varying jobs that require police details.
So you're doing work, and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert from the Canton Police Department?
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would. The Alberts usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Brian Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries
Deliveries where?
to his residence.
Do you know what his residence is or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
What was your understanding of what Brian Albert did for a living?
My understanding, he was a police officer for the city of Boston.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often? And was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And that was to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
As of January of 2022, how many decades had the Albert family lived at that address, if you know?
As far as I couldn't give you a year, but I know as long as I've been in Canton, they've lived at that residence.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th and 29th of 2022, were you on duty as a snowplow driver that night and early morning?
Yes.
When did you learn that you would be on duty?
Early January 28th, we were notified that we had a 2:30.
Yeah, I have to say that it's what he went through was just ridiculous. I can't even imagine. And then to have to do it twice. He lost his wife. He was grieving, having to come to court and deal with this. And then for Spanky to treat him the way he did, especially when he brought up the fact that he was grieving his wife, and Spanky just dismissed it like, oh, sorry, but like, ugh, just disgusting, despicable human being Spanky is. Lucky he is the epitome of a strong man.
Start time.
And that would be 2:30 a.m.
A.M.
on January 29th.
Yes.
How did you learn that you would be on duty?
Our supervisors for the DPW would notify us.
Who was your supervisor?
William Walsh.
And what instructions were you given in terms of when you were to report?
We were to report at 2:30 in the morning and prepare our trucks for plowing.
What time did you actually get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other DPW employees and William Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 comes Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapman Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There would be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Franken truck.
You said Franken truck,
Yes.
like Frankenstein.
Yes.
Why was it nicknamed Franken truck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mismatch of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
I'd like to show you some photos, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Loughran, I've placed 4 photographs in front of you. If you could just familiarize yourself with them and look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what is depicted in those photos?
Yes, I do.
And did you take those photos
I did.
at my request?
Yes.
What do those photos depict?
They depict the inside of truck 30 or Franken truck.
And is there one that actually depicts the outside from the front as well?
Yes.
Do
Yes.
those photos fairly and accurately depict Franken truck as it looked on or about January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor.
I have no objection to any of the photos.
All right, thank you.
It's 211A through 211D.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, Mr. Wolf, if you would publish them one at a time in the order we discussed. I imagine that is 211A, Madam Court Reporter.
Ms. Tianetti, why don't you take the photo so you'll know what they
Oh,
are?
great idea. Okay, could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of truck 30, Franken truck, and it's depicting the 2 mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wolf? Can you identify, this is 211B, sir,
Yes, that's the inside of the Franken truck looking out the windshield.
as if you were seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
Next photo, please. This is 211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat, looking out the windshield, and depicting how much I'll be able to see.
Okay, and this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please. This is 211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Franken truck, and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield, again, depicting on how much I can see out it.
Thank you. Okay, we can take those down and put the lights on. Okay, so you previously testified that you got to the garage about 2:15 a.m. on January 29th. Could you explain to the jury, what do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go ahead and we make sure it has plenty of diesel. And then I put any supplies that I may have for the night, planning on an overnight shift, and then I get in the truck and I proceed to my route.
And what type of supplies are you talking about, sir?
Any types of drinks, food, anything, snacks.
Preparing for a long night?
Yes.
The circle check, does that mean what it sounds like, where you sort of take a circle around the vehicle?
Yes, we're trying to make sure that the truck is safe, that there is no defects that would hinder the job ahead of it of being engaged to plow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel, so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have 4 lights. I have the initial headlights, and then I have 2 plow lights that are on either side of the fenders.
And
then I have marking lights, and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
okay, if you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the 2 plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Can we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have him point that out? Is there a pointer there, sir?
No, there is not.
Okay. Could you describe on 211A where those plow lights are?
Plow lights are just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the plow lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights, sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down and put the lights back on. Now, do you recall whether or not, oh, right guy. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with a beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights, what do they do?
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out?
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out?
Oh my God, hold on. Oh, sorry, you nutty. I paused him. Seriously, Zach? Ahmad told Jimmy I was mocking Lucky and Jimmy banned me. Only time I've been mad about being blocked. What? I found the mod later and told him off. To his credit, he let Jimmy know and apologized. Oh, okay, good. Because I was about to throw a hissy. Seriously. It's part of why Jimmy doesn't have any mods anymore. Oh, I always wondered that. Now I get it. It was Dwayne. I don't know who that is. Yeah, Jimmy doesn't have mods. Not anymore. Really indignant because Lucky was my favorite. Yeah, I would have been pissed. No one makes fun of Lucky. No one does. Because Lucky's amazing. Everything that he went through, he's just amazing.
The lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about in terms of you being situated in the vehicle, how high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust.
I mean, think about how, sorry, Lucky, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but imagine how much easier and better it would have been for Lucky if he just said, fuck this shit, I'm not saying anything, you know? But he didn't do that.
Accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up
Me
or down
too,
depending on
Nefarious.
the driver's.
I would
How long
love
does
to
it
take
you
him
to
to
do
one.
the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right, so if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that
Him and
you're,
Dr.
supposed to
LaPasada.
go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did start to go out on the road at around that time, how was the seat adjusted?
I adjusted the seat up so that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
How big is that steering wheel on the truck?
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would prevent you from having a clear view in any direction through the windshield?
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally probably is, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
All right. Now, you get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Ring row to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row. We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right. So if you're going in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you always go to the right.
Correct.
Okay, I have to ask, how do you get timed out in Jimmy? I never really chat in Jimmy's chat. Normally I have to catch him on replay, so I don't really get to chat in his chat. But what the hell did you say? Shelly says, I've been timed out by Jimmy. What the fuck did you guys say to get timed out in Jimmy's chat? Zach says, last night I timed out Loughran from DSI and Baker. Where? Haven't timed out Baker in a long time. He's just messing with people usually. Oh. Barbara got timed out too? I talk shit about What's a DGB? Oh, expert. He's damn it. I forgot. I was gonna watch that this morning and I forgot. Another one I didn't get to catch live. James says, I can't remember what I said, but it wasn't that bad. Shelly says, I stuck up for someone else that got timed out. Oh, jeez. 420 says he timed us all out one time and turned off the chat because some of the people in there were being assholes. I love Jimmy. He does it more as a joke. Ah, got it. Varia says, I'm a baby and I never get timed out. That's funny. He literally just timed out the entire chat. Uh-oh. Nefarious. Oh, Zach, be careful with that wrench. I told you. I already gave you a spanking this morning for being late. You're welcome. Nefarious. If you make Nefarious leave and not come back, I'm going to be so upset. No, she is by Zach. I've never been timed out either. And Zach, you can't time me out in my own chat because I don't chat in my own chat. Jimmy's timeout is like him giving us detention. Got it. Oh, yeah, because teacher. Got it. I've never had detention either. And I was a goody two-shoes, okay? He timed out Nicola Maxwell the other day for talking too much. Oh, shit. Oh, Shelly says, I love detention. I've never had detention or ISS. Did you guys have ISS too? I thought that was a stupid, like, the whole thing behind ISS was so that kids that were in trouble still had to go to school. And it's like, well, if you pull them out of class in school and stick them in the library to do whatever the fuck they want. And in case you guys don't know, ISS is in-school suspension. So basically you're suspended, but you still have to come to school. But you don't have to go to class. You have to sit in the library all day. It's like having study hall all fucking day. Is that really a punishment? Like, I never understood it. Like, detention, I understand. Because you have to stay late after school. Everyone wants to go the fuck home. But ISS, it just never made sense. I'm sorry, Shelly, in-school suspension. ISS, in-school suspension. It was the dumbest shit that we had when I was in high school. It was the worst. It was so dumb. Yeah, in-school suspension. James says, I was always getting in trouble in school. My poor parents. Aw. Oh, Shelly says my daughter just told me. So apparently they have it now. Her boyfriend gets it a lot? Oh, geez. Uh-oh. Nefarious says, I'm just a baby. You got a phone call, Zach. Well, turn your ringer off. No calls allowed in my chat. You want mother spanking? You just sit in the closet half of 4th grade? What? Ooh, Zach knows detention and ISS all too well, apparently. Turn your ringer off like the rest of us. Seriously. ISS is when I caught up with all my schoolwork. Well, you're probably the only person who ever did actual schoolwork during ISS. Seriously. Yes, do it. Oh, I gave Zink. Wow. See, combining words already. I gave Zach a spanking in Baker's chat for being late. I guess I owe him another one. Uh-oh. If you keep timing people out, it's going to be spankings all around, Zach. Hold on. There. I just gave Zach a bunch of spankings. 420 says I had a 5-day in school and that was it. I normally had day or two, it was so bad, no windows. They brought you your lunch. You were stuck in that room until the end of school. Yeah, that sucks. Nicola needs to get timed out sometimes. Yeah, sitting in the closet is fucked up, James, isn't it? Like, what the fuck? Me too, Barbara. The only thing, I'm going to tell you a story. The only thing that I ever got, like, even close to getting in trouble, okay, I can remember exactly my teacher, his name was Mr. Lenders, okay? Mr. Lenders. I was it was history. Fucking hate that class. I was wearing my POM uniform and I stood up out of my desk to, put, straighten down my skirt because it was like bent upward. And they're already short enough, you have to wear a tilly on underneath and everything. And it was irritating me. So I stood up and I straightened my skirt and sat back down. And he threw the biggest fucking hissy fit. Was like, why are you getting up? Why are you standing up without permission? You raise your hand when you stand up. And then he had this desk at the back of class. He wouldn't sign detention. He would just send you to the bad person's desk. And that's the only thing I ever did. And all because I stood up to straighten my POM skirt without his fucking permission. I had to sit there for like a week. It was ridiculous. He was an asshole. Just an old man, old grumpy man. Probably never got laid in his life. I will help discipline him on your behalf in Brat House chat too. Yay, you guys, everyone give Zach a spanking. Thank you, Barbara. Oh, it was traumatizing. Probably why I'm claustrophobic. Well, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry you went through that, Nefarious. Ugh. Bolstrom and T42 both have managing mod wrenches, and they timed me out. It was hilarious. That's funny. Right? It is cruel. How do you put a kid in a closet? Like, that's just wrong. He probably enjoyed that. Needs a different discipline method, right? Wow, what grade was I? I was in wait, was it 8th or it was either 8th or 9th grade. No, wait. It was 9th grade because it was my last year as a cheerleader. So I was in my cheerleading uniform, not my POM. Because I even remember the uniform. It was yellow. It was white with yellow green. In our middle school, we were Bulldogs, and our colors were green and yellow. More spankings? Oh my. Yeah, see, Barbara, you were right. He enjoyed that too much. Yeah, seriously, he was a dick. He was like the grumpiest teacher. He sat in his desk. He never stood up. Like, I don't think I ever saw that man stand. He was always sitting at his desk in the corner of the front corner of the class. The bad person's desk or bad kid's desk was all the way on the opposite back corner, and it was facing the wall. So not only were you like away from the class, you had to face away from the class. You just basically stare at the wall all hour. Like, it was ridiculous. Zach says, I still remember my first swats in kindergarten. It was for flying my towel. Wait, hold on. This is in the way. Flying my towel out the window of the school bus. You got spanked for that? Oh yeah, Nefarious, you can DM me. Yep. I will. Hold on. Are you in my Discord already? I'll find you, Nefarious. Let me see if I can find you and send you a DM. Mm-mm-mm. I just sent you a friend request, and you can DM me there, Nefarious. Katie D, what's up? Miss Scarlett, I was just over by you getting my hair did and dodging construction from every angle on 8 Mile. Oh yeah, you gotta dodge 8 Mile everywhere. I'm telling you. They finally just got 8 Mile between like where my apartment sits. They just finished finally this construction that's been going for the last 5-6 years, but it's still over down by Novi Road down the street. It's so bad. They've been redoing that curve for the last couple of years. Who knows when they're going to get it done. How old are you, Zach? Asks Nefarious. Barbara says, my only misbehaving was talking too much in elementary school. I was afraid of disappointing my parents and being disowned my entire life for no good reason. Aw. I was just a goody two-shoes. I don't know. I was a dork. It's weird. I've talked about this before. I was technically smart, but not like, I didn't apply myself as much as I could have. So I wasn't like valedictorian smart. I wasn't, my AP Calc, AP English. I passed my AP Calc test. I didn't take an AP English test, but I could have passed that one for sure. And then I was on POM. So I had friends from and my brother was a year ahead of me in school, even though we were 2 years apart because I skipped a grade. So he was a skater, a skateboarder, the whole ska scene back in the 90s. So I had friends in every group or clique you want to say or whatever. But I wasn't popular, if you know what I mean. I was just a dork. It's okay though. I'm perfectly happy with it. You could not pay me to go back to high school. No way. Zach says, I just went to lunch with my 91-year-old friend. He still walks a mile or two every morning. 15-minute miles. Drove himself to the restaurant. Jimbo is a beast. Holy shit. That's awesome. I can't even walk a 15-minute mile, okay? But then again, I do have fake hips, so what am I going to do? How do you get spanked on YouTube? Like this. Hold on. That's a slap. Shelly, bend over, ready. Get Jimbo a YouTube so we can chat with him. Yeah, right? We want to meet this 91-year-old awesome dude. James says his lesbian bully teacher in 7th grade had us watching ballet on TV, and when I laughed, she slapped the shit out of me and ripped a clump of my hair out. Oh my God. James. Ow. He has stories for days. See, I love old people. Because they don't care anymore. They don't filter themselves because they don't care. Like what they say. You know what I mean? Like they're just over the political correctness bullshit sometimes and just make you laugh. I love old people. And same with kids. Kids just don't know any better, so they're hilarious. Zach is 69. Ooh, Shelly got smoking in the girls' room. Naughty, naughty. Never antagonize a bull or wear a red shirt around them. I spank people every day on YouTube. Ooh, James did 10 years of Catholic school. Got the boot for getting arrested before school with weed and acid that wasn't even mine. Ugh. My mom went to Catholic school. She used to tell me stories about how the nuns, literally, it was no joke, that they'd smack you with rulers. Like, they put your knuckles out, put your hands out, like if you got in trouble. No joke. Freaking crazy. Like, I just wonder sometimes if that was the nuns' way of getting their frustration out, so to speak. And that's all I'll say about that. Sometimes I spank so much my hand turns pink. I love it. We used to have a smoking spot at high school where everyone would go in the morning before school started. I think most high schools have something like that, don't they? I used to sign myself out of school with my dad's signature on notes. The school did not have my dad's actual signature on anything because mom always signed, never got caught. Yeah, that stuff doesn't fly anymore, does it? You would think that, I mean, we talked about this the other day. I used to go to the smoke shop. I used to walk up to the smoke shop with my friends. My mom would give me a note and a couple bucks, give me a pack of Benson and Hedges menthol lights 100. Like, it was always a mouthful. Thankfully, I didn't have to remember it because once I started going up there, I didn't have to stay. They just knew me. I'd just go up there, hand them the money. They'd give me the pack of cigarettes from my mom, and I'd walk them back to her. You guys are all bad. Fortune years things. See, I never did anything like that. Although, like, if I wanted to stay home, like, I just like, Mom, I want to stay home. She didn't care. She knew I wasn't like, she knew I'd get good grades one way or the other. Not the best grades, just good grades. She knew I was capable of more, but she wasn't a helicopter parent. I love my mom was the best. Used to do it every morning in the subway station, but that ended with my arrest. Yeah, I bet it did. Katie D says, I worked in the attendance office as a job for all 4 years of high school, 6 hour. It was absolutely glorious. Yeah, I did that my senior year. I talked about this too. My senior year, I had physics and my AP Calc and my AP English class. And then the other 2 hours were, what is it? It was like independent study, I think is what it's called. And, you work in the office. Exactly. So all I did was like answer phones. And then I didn't have a 6 hour either semester. So my senior year only had 5 hours. And 2 of those 5 hours were sitting in the office. It was awesome. Shelly says, luckily, if you skipped school back in the day, they didn't call cell phones or work numbers. So I would just go home and delete the message from the answering machine. Exactly. Yeah, we didn't have to worry about all that shit back then. My hubby told me he used to take a note to buy cigs at 8 for his mom. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember how old I was when I first did that, but I was young. I was probably 10-ish. Did it for years. Didn't give a shit. Yeah. I was a good kid, I guess. You got yourself and your friends out of trouble, didn't you, for skipping school? Oh, yeah, you did. Her name was Sunshine. Sister's name was Autumn. Parents were hippies, obviously. Aw, Katie G says, Zach, that's how I made my friends. My brother was the popular one until they needed me. My brother was popular too, more than I was, technically. I was known as his little sister for the longest time. Shelley says, I can't remember shit from high school. How can you remember all of that, Scarlett? I don't know. I don't know because I can't remember shit from yesterday, but I can remember that. I remember some of the weirdest shit, to be honest. That's why I also remember enough to say that you couldn't pay me enough to go back to high school. Fuck that. Anyway, yeah, that was a nice trip down memory lane. Thanks for sharing your guys' stories. I love it. I love having these conversations with you guys. Oh my God, Katie says my older brother was a fucking nutcase. Still is, and everyone was scared of him. So that helped. Then my middle brother, everyone loved. Loved. Then I just existed. Aw. I knew a boy in kindergarten with hippie parents. His name was Sunshine. Oh my God. Who names a boy Sunshine? You had fun in high school? See, I hated high school. We do. We love you, Katie. Uh-oh. Zach, I got the real one. Zach says, I mean, the rest of chat loves you, not me, but he said it. He said, Katie, we love you. Yes, we do love Katie. I already took a screenshot. No take backs now. Zach, you in trouble. We got you. I just took a picture of it too. So, and I can see all comments, even if they're deleted or retracted. I can see them all. Haha. Oh shit. I gotta plug in my laptop. Damn it. Hold on. All right. There we go. All right. Stop it. Stop beeping. You're plugged in now. Yep, not quick enough. Nice try, Zach. All right, guys. Thank you for the conversation and break. Nefarious, if you're still here, I sent you a friend request and waved at you in Discord. So let me know if you see it and message me what because you said you wanted to message me, so please do. And we're gonna get back into Lucky. So Darvader, you didn't miss a whole lot because we paused and had a conversation. We were talking about high school and fun stuff. Not really, but so you didn't miss much. We're gonna start him back up right now. Here we go.
What part of the road, once you hit the roads, do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want a ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
And generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, Exhibit 49? Do we have access to Exhibit 49?
What is it? Is it?
It's just a map.
Huh?
And if we can't put our hands on it quickly, I can just display it on the screen.
Is it in evidence?
It is.
You can put
Okay,
it on the
thank you,
screen.
Ron. If you put up Exhibit 49 and maybe zoom in, so we just see. Well, I think it is. I zoomed in as it's going to go. Is that true, Mr. Wolf, to get? Okay, maybe zoom in on the top part of the map.
Well, Zach, we know that means you love Darvader because you just told KDD you love her, and we got it all. We got screenshots to prove it.
If you would. Perfect. All right. So are you able to see that map from where you are?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear glasses, and when it's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question, when you went out on your route that night, were you wearing glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Contacts.
You've testified in a prior proceeding regarding this matter last year, correct?
Yes.
What did you show up with that day?
Glasses.
And what's your difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allowing my eyes to see better.
You have
with
more
the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that screen here today?
None.
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route: Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane. Just
Certainly, it's a portion of your route, correct?
yes.
All right. Now you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
Yes.
And you see the red dot there.
Yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on?
Yes.
And what road is that?
That would be Fairview.
All right. Now, when you hit Cedar Crest Road, are you in that area of Cedar Crest, or are you in a different area of Cedar Crest when you first come upon Cedar Crest?
I don't know if you guys saw my thumbnail, but I made Lucky into a superhero with a purple and white cape because, purple is my color.
Road.
When I first come on, I'm coming in at the beginning of Cedar Crest, which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
I would say that's about a mile and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow Cedar Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
What?
About 10 minutes.
Wait, Katie, are you okay? You can't just drop that shit in here. Gotta call police? About what? Oh my God. For fuck's sake, not police people. I'm like, how do you fucking drop that? Gotta call police in my chat and then just take off. Like, what a comment she can. Yeah, she scared me. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, she scared the fuck out of me, dude. To talk about bringing things to a screeching halt. Yeah, way to go, Katie. She's got to call 2 people, 2 clients. We got it.
All right. How much of that 1.5 miles or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If we could zoom out, please. All right. And when you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving toward that red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so
Crazy Sammy, be careful driving. As always, like I tell everyone who's driving, please be careful on the road. But thank you for listening.
you start about 1.5 miles down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes you about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview.
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
And when you hit Fairview Road that first time, what do you do?
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest, turn around in the cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your left,
Yes.
plowing further, and then turning around and plowing back.
Yes.
And when you came back to the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And how familiar were you with 34 Fairview Road on that day?
Very, very familiar.
Having delivered pizzas there for years?
And then having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Chris, but I was cordial with the boys.
All right. And when you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right.
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when or what time was it when you first encountered 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022?
About 2:40, 2:45.
That would be a.m.?
A.M.
And when you were passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Now, aside from the lighting on your truck, were you aware of whether there were any streetlights in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Could you describe those?
Sure. There's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those streetlights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Franken truck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right. Taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck, how much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now, when you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention's focused out the front window, to the right and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
How much of the time that you're plowing are you scanning the road?
All the time.
Now, as you're passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Alberts residence to your right, what do you do?
I go to the very end, take a left on the Chapman Street, back down Chapman Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes.
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off. I think we can see it. You're traveling in a down direction, correct?
Correct.
And you would hit Chapman Street. Is that fair to say that's at the bottom?
Correct.
You do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where was your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. Now, you've made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
Yes.
Hi, Lori.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Yes.
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
Yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
3:30.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, the second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side, which is on the bottom of Exhibit 49?
I'm on the Cedar Crest side.
And when you approach it from the Cedar Crest side, are you approaching from the same direction that you did for the first time up and down pass, or a different direction?
Same direction.
All right, so you're now coming down Cedar Crest again, correct?
Correct.
Fairview's on your left.
Yes.
Did you take that left, or did you do something else?
I did not take the left. At that point, I could have taken the left. I can make a decision depending on how much snow there was on the ground. I ended up going all the way to the end as if the first time.
All right, and you did your same turnaround in the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
And now you're approaching the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview again, correct?
Yes.
What do?
I take the right onto Fairview.
How was the weather at 3:30 in the morning when you're now in that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you? Again, straight and diagonally in front of you,
As far as my eyes would let me see.
as a result of the lighting on your truck.
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe for the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side, roughly in the area of the flagpole in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
a Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman.
Yes,
So you're coming up from behind it?
correct.
Do you see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes,
And was it parked adjacent to the Albert property, or was it across the street from the Albert property?
adjacent to the Albert family.
And how close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door in the area of the flagpole. So in between the front door and the flagpole.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Albert's residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident. And then if they can't get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes.
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
Yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34th Avenue again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapman, and again, I do a left and a right and head back down Fairview.
Another 3-point turn.
Correct.
So now you're doing your second up and down, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman. And how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34th Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34th Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time.
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford Edge in the road.
Now it's on your left side?
Yes.
All right. Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
Yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapman?
I was able, it was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
I go back out on the Cedar Crest and I continue to do the rest of my route.
Now, at this point in time, did you do more of your route or spend more time away than you did between the first and second time?
I did more of my route staying away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15
And that'd be AM?
a.m.
On January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time when you approached Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Franken truck?
The police vehicles.
What were you doing with your snowplow after the police passed you?
I continued down Fairview.
Coming down Fairview, did you actually lose sight of the police cruiser that had passed
I did.
you? How many side streets are there when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3.
What are they?
Wyndham, Old Ridge Hill, and then Carriage Lane.
Now, you're now coming down Fairview Road. What did you notice ultimately in front of you in the road?
I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police... With regard to the lighting on those police vehicles as the road was blocked off, could you describe that for the jury?
Sure, they had all their blue lights on and they were parked blocking the road, the entire road. I couldn't get through.
How well lit was it in the area where the police were?
Very well lit.
So you're now confronted with a blocked road. What do you do?
I turn around at Carriage Lane and I continue to do that road, and then I exit Carriage Lane and go to the left.
And going to the left would send you back toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area of Fairview Road, how long does it take you to come back down to Fairview Road to finish the plowing that you didn't do the first time?
As soon as the police were able to leave the area, I was able to finish that area.
Do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No worries. Do you remember if it was daylight out at that time?
It was daylight.
Okay. Now, sir, in the aftermath of that storm, when was the first time you were approached by anybody connected within this investigation on either side, if you recall?
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
First name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No,
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
I don't know that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No,
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
he approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without telling us what you told him, did you speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes,
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
yes,
Before speaking to them in 2023, had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the State Police or Canton Police?
no,
At some point, did you hear from the State Police?
yes,
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not State Police or Canton Police?
yes.
And sir, how clear is your memory about what you saw or didn't see in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview? The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
Very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. The exhibit. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before
No,
today,
no,
you've
neither.
talked about this case many times?
Yes,
You've interviewed with different
No helmet.
law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
Is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night.
Yes,
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen and not seen?
yes,
That is the first time?
yes,
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
correct,
And you've testified in court under oath.
correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No,
You've been threatened.
No.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you.
I was not.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger.
I was not threatened
He was
by an
not
online
threatened.
blogger.
Was the
Exactly.
online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you? Anytime from when you first
You're
spoke
just
to the
a
private
piece of
investigator until
shit.
today, were there
And
communications
you
made to
show
you
it
by an
over
online
and
blogger that there would be
over and
consequence to you
over.
if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No,
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, I did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription.
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass, correct?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences.
I'm going to allow that. So you can answer.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case.
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this
Sorry
case
for your loss,
that
but
there's been
you're
pressure on
weird.
you to
Fucking
testify in a
fuck
certain
you.
way. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
So you received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
So some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify or something, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
You're a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No,
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
no,
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one
Yes.
side or the other?
yes,
And so when
Because
you're
he
being
told the
celebrated, that certainly
truth,
took off any
you
pressure
asshole.
that there would be consequence, didn't it?
Ask it differently.
When you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging,
Did
but
you?
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
Did you enjoy the attention?
Exactly.
That you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No,
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you.
Yes,
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir.
this was before.
So you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes,
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
I'll allow that.
could you repeat that, please?
Would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes,
On June 5th, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know the case. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. And by the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
Oh, Jeannie Lynn is
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
nefarious.
The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
You've
I'm jealous of
interacted
your
with a private
guys'
investigator
brother.
hired by the defense.
Yes,
Have you also interacted with
Fully
any of the attorneys?
agreeing here. In the
Yes,
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti,
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time from that night until today. Can you remember how many times that you've
About
spoken?
5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes,
What was the purpose of those interviews?
to go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes,
Were you shown prior reports?
no,
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
yes,
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police, not Tampa?
not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Aw, Jeannie
Could you
Lynn,
repeat
you're
that
so
question, please?
sweet.
You were preparing the trial in those meetings. Was it brought up? Did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law
Right,
enforcement
Lori?
agency?
No,
Were you aware that there's a difference between the different statements attributing your memory at the time?
And he still came and
the
told the
first trial,
truth.
yes,
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
yes,
Did you go over questions and answers?
yes,
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
no,
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
no.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
So, can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask you to,
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess, or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could have been more.
No,
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects you talked about?
there were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation for that?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No,
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No,
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
about 45 minutes to an hour.
Were they all about the same time or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
Ooh, budgies.
he can answer that. Can you answer that, Mr. Loughran?
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No,
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
yes,
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes,
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
no, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2, went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later I went up and down. I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
May I approach?
Yes.
And before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass, it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45. And I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now you said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview passing by it? You saw it from the street at Cedar
I
Brook.
wish
You
I
remember
had
telling
one
him
of
that?
those dreams.
I don't
Cedar
remember.
Crest.
I don't remember ever saying that.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you a copy. This is a report that you didn't write, so I don't want you to read it. I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I'll actually look whatever part you want, but I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer just look up and then I'll get to ask you questions about the memory, okay? So I directed you this part, which is the part that you want to say. Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Sir, do you now remember when you're speaking to the defense investigator about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m. when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton police or the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
Yes.
You try to be honest with them,
Yes.
provide them your best memory and good faith.
Yes.
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
Funny how he uses
I believe
that
so.
same term as
Was there
Peter.
potentially two?
In good
There
faith.
was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes.
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told him that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I never told him. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying you
Correct.
made those statements.
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m., that is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Yes, there is.
Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial? I'm sorry, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were. It was asked to me that there were not any streetlights, and I entered in the affirmative way. And living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Yes.
When you testified at the proceeding, did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met. how close to the proceeding scene it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes,
By?
by Yannetti, excuse me.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did.
And today you had said about 6:15.
Yes,
You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes,
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
no,
You talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay, I don't want to be, I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. Your snowplow.
Thank
You
you.
said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet.
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes,
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
yes,
Are you looking at people's front yards?
yes.
And so, what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
The lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front lawn?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
You said that you looked at the Albert House all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there's no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20 foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so you have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night?
I mean, I looked. I saw it. I didn't see a dumpster that would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What does that mean?
It means if they're, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay. What did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No, I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
Okay. When you first spoke to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge?
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
When they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
When you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot, and he asked you to look around to see if there happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, she brought you to a parking lot to point out a car.
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door
Where was that?
at the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
I
He wanted to go
agree,
through my route.
Leland.
You had to do your route.
Frankie will never
Did you choose to
redeem
meet at the
himself
school?
in my
I
eyes.
did.
I've
You did?
said this several
I did.
times
And
now.
why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Asshole.
Did you know that
Always
former
be an
trooper
asshole.
Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No.
Okay. Can I approach?
Yes.
Sir, when you have contact, you also wear reading glasses?
Yes. I can't read things up close.
Understood. This is trial testimony Friday, testimony from June 21st, 2024.
Mhm.
And you were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you asked short. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30 that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
And I have to say, this alone right here is what fucking drives me nuts. That Spanky has the nerve to ask these kinds of questions when Proctor and all of them, I know that Proctor's from the first trial, but still, when they're all up there going, oh, it was a Scribner's error. Yeah, bullshit. And then he has the nerve to come in here and literally ask every fucking witness, do you have memory problems? Do you have memory issues? Just a douche.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
Welcome
No.
back, Katie.
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albertfront lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes.
When you asked about, recall, was time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
So you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15 to 3:30 the second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times.
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them. I'm sorry, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Campton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Very different.
He's
And it's
always-
different than the 3:30
he's
to 4
always
timeline
ta-
that you gave
every
the defense
fucking
private investigator
witness.
the first time you
You
spoke to
got
them.
memory problems, don't you?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today, that it was
Get the
6:15.
fuck out of here.
It's different, but it's not.
When you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look for somebody who was lying on the side of the yard?
No.
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of the yard that night?
No.
If you had seen somebody, certainly you would have helped.
Correct.
When you said that, when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Ford Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No,
About 300 feet.
roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions.
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71 stream 0 at about 6:17 a.m., please? Could you stop it there? Do you see that street light?
I do.
Okay. At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us.
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave and do your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Correct. 6:19:27, please. And could you play it? If you could back up a little before 6:19:27. Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Is that you there?
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
Could we go to 6:32:45, please? Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 6:35:14, please? Is that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So we go back to 6:35:12.
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does not look like my truck.
6:37:45, please. That's you again, right?
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
We go to
I have a plow guy that is a contractor that we work in tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7:22, please. Is that you, sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15:45, please. Do you recognize that plow?
I do not.
7:19:55, please.
Was that you, sir?
That was me.
How long does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean, as long as it's snowing, it can take as long as it takes.
Well, if you're going to do a pass, how long does the entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up. I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. It could take about 3 hours. It could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert during your direct examination, had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No,
You knew some of the Albert family,
I know the entire Albert family.
and you know Brian Albert as a police officer.
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer. They're first responders.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your trial testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment? Since last year when you testified, have you received any recent progression towards you for testifying?
No,
Have you had any further focus or problems?
no.
I have no further questions.
Very briefly, sir. You were asked by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
You were asked about going through your route with the defense investigator and giving a statement to the defense investigator.
Yes,
How soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes,
Finally, actually not finally, I got 2 more points, but they're both brief. You had mentioned that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
yes.
Can you describe the basketball apparatus that, and I'm going to ask you what part of it you hit, but describe what that looks like.
It's got a base with wheels on it. It's portable, so you can move it in and out. And it's got the basketball frame, and it's got the backboard and then rim.
Okay. So this is not a pole that was cemented into the ground.
Correct.
But perhaps we're all familiar with the black base that maybe you put sandbags on,
Correct.
that type of thing to keep it in place, but it does have wheels.
Correct.
All right. And you mentioned the net. The net is the rope netting that comes down, correct? There's also a hoop that keeps the net in place.
Yes.
And the pole.
Correct.
And the base.
Correct.
Of all those things, what part did your Franken truck actually catch?
It caught the net in the little bit part of the frame of the frame where the net was.
Something that you saw from the beginning, you just misjudged the distance.
Correct.
Now, finally, with regard to the 5:30 testimony that you gave last year,
Yes.
did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second up and down?
Yes.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time?
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
What time was it when you made that final pass, sir?
6:15, 6:30.
I don't know if it
You mentioned you're trying to do the math in your head. There is no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes?
Correct.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw first responder vehicles. That was based on your memory, wasn't it? It's based on your memory.
Not at 3:30.
Right. Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case, and you said that there was.
I-
Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case? Did he just talk to you about everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case? Remember his question about all the attention after this case?
He asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case as far as attention is concerned. You remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023.
Yes.
And you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing. May I approach? Showing you a document. Let's take a look at that document. What day is that document dated?
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document. Possibly.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you in the media.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the investigator?
Yes.
Like from cyber?
We're back. Session meeting, please.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Sir, I have just a few more questions. When I had mentioned about meeting the defense investigator on June 5th, 2023, I misspoke. It was June 5th, 2024. Does that sound more like it?
Yes.
June 5th, 2024, was that shortly before you testified before?
Yes.
You were asked on redirect examination whether any dumpsters got any attention about this case. The question I was asking is, did you notice things that might have been open and obvious? And you have no memory of an actual dumpster in the area, correct?
Correct.
If I could have on the screen Exhibit 37, still photo from that clip. And sir, do you notice the big red dumpster to the right side across from Fairview?
Yes.
You can take that down. Sir, when we started the break, I asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case?
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online?
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures. It was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that?
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions? That was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle and you had done nothing wrong, correct?
I'll ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss. Yes?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes.
And you mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
Wow, even the little pieces that it is.
Yes.
I forgot how long Stinky
I do.
dragged this on.
Calling your boss, giving
Jeez.
undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern that could affect your livelihood?
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
In addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
Ask a statement.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
Yes, your brother.
Yes.
You don't want to upset anybody and have more attention brought on to your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the others, in fact, correct?
Yes.
As well as you.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you work for Chris Albert?
I'm going to sustain that the way it's phrased.
Were you aware of your friends and family telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the others?
No.
And were you aware who were telling you what was happening, that there was attacks on you personally, finances and things like that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly that is pretty discouraging when that is happening. You've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
It was, again, aggravating.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at trial.
Correct.
After you testified, things got better.
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
And it hurt.
Yes.
Showing you a photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that part of the embracing process after you testified a certain way at the last time?
It was after I testified, yes.
With redaction from one of the selected portion of this.
So I need to see what that is. I'm decide on make this very brief, please.
And I just showed you a photograph. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you after your last testimony?
Yes.
Reflecting you now being embraced rather than attacked?
Yes.
Could we show the photo, please, Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission?
Yes.
Can that you, Mr. Loughran?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Thank you for your time.
Just very briefly, sir, if I might be on.
Sure.
Mr. Loughran, I should say. The questioning about the attention that you received in 2023 when you received secondhand the information from the blogger, was that before or long after you were interviewed and gave a statement to the defense investigator in February of 2022?
It was long after.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Loughran, you are all set, sir. There are another witness.
Okay, now give me a second because it's 4:30 and I am shoot. Hold on. I'm debating what I'm going to do for the rest of the day today because I wanted to get into Dr. Wolf's testimony. However, I'm going to be totally honest. This weather has been killing me. I am in a lot of pain. Pause. Come on. Let's see. Where are we at? So we're done with Lucky. We're skipping Karina Kolakis. We start with Dr. Wolf from ARCA. I think Moni G, what's up? Everyone loves you, Nettie. That's for sure. I've been reading your chats, by the way, talking about bums and plumbers. It's been funny. So I enjoyed the chat today. Oh, Malin says, I'm back. 2, my mom is a flirt and gets the men lined up to flirt with her. 3, I can't wait till dinner. Okay. That's so funny. Oh my God. You guys are cracking me up. I swear to God. Oh my God, Dar, I gotta read that joke. Okay, you guys, if you didn't read Dar's joke, it says, son calls his father from prison. How are you, Dad? He says, I'm tired, sore, having trouble turning over all the gardens. Don't, Dad. That's where I hid the body. Phone hangs up. Son calls Dad the next day. How's things going, Dad? Son says, I don't understand. Police have been here and dug up all the gardens. Son says, you're welcome. That's a great joke. I like that one a lot. I like that a lot. It's funny that I'm literally ready to sign off because I am in pain. I need to take a bolus and some Motrin 800 and get a heating pad or an ice pack. I'm not sure which, just because it's cold. I normally use ice packs when I'm in pain like this. That's what helps the most, but also sometimes heating pads are better. But you know what? I can't. That's what I need to put on my Amazon wish list. If anyone wants to buy me a heating pad, I forgot my heating pad broke. I was just about to go get it out of my closet and I forgot. I had to throw it away last time I used it because it was like burning. It was like having this burning smell. Damn it. If anyone wants to help out in that regard, I am going to put a heating pad on my Amazon wish list. That's a good idea. If you can donate so I can order one, I do have a PayPal link. God dang it, I forgot. Today's the kind of day I really could use a fucking heating pad. This blows. It's like my mind is torn. Oh, Jeannie Land, don't worry, sweetie. I know. I love you guys. You guys are so sweet. It's like I'm torn right now because like you guys get me through it when I'm not feeling the greatest. I love hanging out with you guys and and then like if I get off, I don't know if I'm just gonna wallow in my pain or what. Like I don't know what's better. How many of you will hang out if we start Dr. Wolf's testimony? Ooh, James gets a check tomorrow on the 1st. Awesome. James is going to go shopping tomorrow. Have I tried a rice sock? I don't have any rice either. I don't have anything right now because, like I said, everything is saved for rent. My rent is the most important. If I don't have a place to live, like I'm in trouble. And I mean, my rent includes everything. My rent includes my all my bills. I don't have any bills. No cable, no internet, no heating, no cooling, like no gas, no electric, no water, no nothing. Like everything is in my rent. So I pay my rent and that's all I need to worry about. My phone and my rent. So, oh, Shelly, you guys are so sweet. You do not have to worry about it. No. Do not send me your grocery money. You'll make me cry. You're hurting me. Do not send me your grocery money. Do not do that. Please don't. So I'm not kidding when I tell you guys, you guys hanging out with me some days make all the difference because I know if I get offline, I'll just be focusing on my pain. So it's almost like, why not? But then it's like, maybe I'll fall asleep and get some sleep. So I don't know. Yes, Dr. Wolf from Arca. Ooh, James needs sneakers. Malin says, I'm here. I'll be writing out my script for tomorrow's show, but I am here all night long. Sweet. All right. If you fill a sock with rice, tie the end, heat it for 2 minutes in the microwave. Much better than a heating pad. Or freeze it, and it is better than an ice pack because it warms to you. Well, my ice packs, I love my ice packs. My ice packs I got after my surgeries. Well, I actually had to replace them already because my surgeries were so long ago. But my ice packs are like they're not like regular ice packs. They're literally like heating pads. They're that big. They sit in the freezer, and they're just big rectangles that are shapeable and maneuverable. I love them. I got them from my physical therapy office. They're amazing. Do not be sorry, Dar. Nobody be sorry you can't send me. Jesus. No. Everyone needs money. This is why I keep telling people. Everyone needs money nowadays, you know? It is not an easy world we live in. You guys are making me cry. Stop it. Stop it. You guys are so sweet. You guys all stay and hang out. Okay, let's hang out. But while we do that, while I get ready to play Dr. Wolf, we're going to take a palate cleanser from listening to Spanky for so long. And me, I'm going to stop blubbering, according to Zach. And we're going to laugh. Just bear with me a moment. Oops. Lost audio. Hold on, guys. I love you guys too. We do like the Crash Daddies. More so because they're so smart. I mean, Dr. Wolf is obviously good looking, but he's incredibly smart. They both are. Truck is broken down too. Sounds like a country song. Yeah, Zach's just being Zach, you know. He always makes me laugh. It's human to have emotions. Yes, it is. Oh, Noodle Mama says hot Epsom salt soaks and turmeric ginger tea helps hang in there. I know this feeling. I battle chronic pain on a daily. Just some days are easier than others. Yes. I do use Epsom salt now and then. I can't use it too much for other reasons because of things like with my skin. But it definitely helps. And yes, time to screw Raggedy Andy. So, and if I conjured him, I'm sorry. Zach was here. And we conjure him the minute we start talking menopause. All right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to have a couple laughs before we get into Dr. Wolf. So here we go.
Different story. Is there any truth to this? I don't know. So like, okay, so this is Nicole Albert. All right. And it's like, okay, so we've been drinking all day and, you know, we've been married for 30 whatever years and you probably have mistresses on the side or whatever. And we're swinging, but you need to fuck me right now, Brian. Fuck me. Fuck me, Brian. Come on, let's go. I want to fuck right now. It's 2:30 in the morning. I don't care how drunk you are. Get your dick up and let's fucking go. Fuck me. Okay, sorry. Okay. So, well, let me just check my phone over here. Okay. So then Nicole's going to come and I guess the phone here. Okay. So then he's going to start off missionary. So he's, yeah, fuck me. Yeah. Okay. And then the phone is on Nicole's ass. Yeah, giving it to her. Good. Yeah, give it. Yeah, you like that. Yeah, fucking fugitive unit. Yeah, you like that. You saw me on Boston Confidential, didn't you? You like that, huh? You like that, huh? And then okay, so let's see if I could call Higgins here. Let's see what happens. Right, let's go. Yeah. Dude, I can't even get to the passcode part. I can't even get to the passcode part. Yeah, you like that? Oh, you're a naughty girl, aren't you? You're a naughty girl. Yeah, you like that, huh? 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 Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you fucking do. I can't even get to the passcode part. I can't even do it. So now we'll do role reverse. And then she's gonna ride me this time. This can't be the first one. So now she's gonna jump on me, and all right, we're gonna go like this. So the phone's on the butt. Yeah. Yeah, you like that? I'm in the gang unit. Yeah. I got a bald head. I shaved my head. You like that? You like that?
Like it a
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Brian. Oh yeah.
I can't help it. It's like hysterical.
I don't know. Okay. Didn't work. Didn't call Higgins. Okay. Now, could Siri do it? So we'll do it like this. All right. Oh yeah, Brian. Siri, call Higgins. Siri, call Higgins. Didn't work. Actually, it did. That worked. That worked. So I entered someone as Higgins in my phone. That actually worked. Maybe Siri did it. I don't know. This is investigative journalism here, right, folks?
This is investigative journalism, folks. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's hysterical. Wait, what? Hold on. I'm trying to read you guys talking about tires flying off and shit. What the fuck? Oh, your brakes. What? I missed this one. Lost my brakes once in the summer tunnel in Boston, which is a mile-long tunnel. That was scary. How the fuck do you lose your brakes? What? Did you like lose the whole fucking tire rim and everything? Oh my god, the gas pedal got stuck and I was going 55 miles and I couldn't stop. Oh my god. Mashed down on the brake so hard, tires caught on fire, and my dumb self pulled into a gas station. Oh my god. That's not funny. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Yeah, scary for sure. What the fuck? Oh. Shelly's like, That was hilarious. Went through the drive-through of the bank, and this was loud on my car. The Turtle Boy one. Oops. The brake line broke. Oh, I gotcha. Oh, Toy dropped another one. She's dropped several new songs. They're amazing. I love her songs. Let's check it out. Hold on. Got Crown Vic. That's a big old car. You tried to turn it down quickly. Oops. I would have just turned it on louder. I've been like, you hear that? This was the one I just saw the other day. Good one. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see. 1 hour ago. Yes, if for some reason you're not subbed to Toy, please do. Amazing.
Pack it up, baby. We outside today. Joints in the pocket. Good mood on the way. Got that grin on my face. Like I won again. Tell your friends, tell your friends. Tell your friends coming. Oh, roll it slow. Let it glow. One deep breath. Then we go. Green Day road, Green Day road. All my people, let it roll. Green Day road, Green Day road. Everybody lose control. Pass it down, pass it down. Keep that circle going round. Green Day road, Green Day road. We gon' lift this whole town. Back porch full of laughter. Paper tags in the air. Bass in the heartbeat. Honey in the stare. We ain't rushing nowhere. We just let it bloom. Sun on the sidewalk. Sweet and clean as June. Roll it slow. Let it glow. One deep breath. Then we go. Green Day road, Green Day road. All my people, let it roll. Green Day road, Green Day road. Everybody lose control. Pass it down, pass it down. Keep that circle going round. Green Day road, Green Day road. We gon' lift this whole town. Yeah. Say less, feel more. Hands up at the door. One love, one vibe. Stay high, stay high. Green Day road, Green Day road. All my people, let it roll. Green Day road, Green Day road. Everybody lose control. Pass it down, pass it down. Keep that circle going around. Green Day road, Green Day road. We gon' lift this whole town.
Oh, I really like that one. I like I love the music. Like she just always like I don't know. She just nails it every fucking time. Do I want to eat a snack now or do I wait till dinner? I've been hangry all damn day. Nefarious is eating dinner as she listens. Those cars are boats, man. Like, my grandma and grandpa always drove a Crown Vic. Like, I'll never forget feeling like we were in a boat every time sitting in the back seat of that car. The Buick Rivieras are just as big, I think. I don't think I've ever been in one, but pretty much the same thing. um, Bear with me while I get us back to Karen Reed. And pulling up Dr. Wolf, ARCA. So, speaking of food, I need to decide what I'm going to do for dinner too. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do. But I can think about it while we get started on this. Your first car was a 92 Crown Vic. This is what I'm saying. That's probably one of the years my grandma had. They were huge. Hi, Side Eyes. She says, hey, y'all, let me tell you, these work people are nuts today. Today, it's like tonight a full moon or something. Shit. I'm hearing all kinds of crazy shit today. Get a little Toyota Solara convertible. That thing had pop, fun to drive. Wish I still had it. My very first, my only convertible, and but my very first car I technically bought with someone else. Like I bought my very first car on my own. It was a Ford Escort, and then after that, I traded it in for my boyfriend at the time, who was my boyfriend right through end of senior year. We planned on getting married, long story, but we didn't. But he paid the car insurance. I paid the insurance. He paid the car payment because we just went to the Volkswagen dealership. I don't even know why we went there. I can't for the life of me remember. But I love the Cabrio convertible. If you guys ever seen Can't Buy Me Love, it was one of my all-time favorite movies. And I always loved that car. And then when I found out her car was a Cabrio convertible, I was like, now I want one. And they had one on the lot. And the car salesman, of course, back then, were all trying to get a sale any way they could, right? So here's me just staring at it. And my boyfriend at the time, he treated me so well. He just cheated on me, unfortunately. And anyways, I digress. We were looking at the car for whatever reason. I don't remember, honestly, why we were even there. But the car salesman, we told him we were just looking around. He's like, do you want to drive it? And I'm like, well, fuck yeah. And then get in, and it's a fucking stick shift. Like, I don't know how to drive a stick shift. So the car salesman gets in the car and he's like, we're going to teach you how to drive a stick shift right now. He literally takes me in this brand new fucking convertible car down to a little area called Hines Drive. It's, those are my Michigan peeps. No, Hines Drive, probably. There's areas down there that like no one goes, like big parking lots and stuff. And so he takes me down there and teaches me literally how to drive a stick. I stalled the car probably 50 times. But I got it within probably 45 minutes of trying to learn and drive around with this little thing. And so he's like, just take it home for the weekend. You can have it for 3 days, and then decide. Because I was like, it's too expensive. Sadly enough, saying back in the late 1999, I think it was. Car payment at $386 was way too expensive. Okay. Nowadays, you can't get a car for $386. No fucking way. A month, anyways. So, but my boyfriend at the time had a really good job. He was a mechanic. I was waiting tables, making, pretty good money. And he's like, I'll pay the car payment, you pay the insurance, and we'll share it. And I'm like, okay. But he ended up just giving me the car. He had his own car. And I loved that fucker. You want to talk about a zippy little fun car to drive, was that car. The only problem I ever had driving it was my knees. Because when you have to, especially in the winter, when you're stuck in traffic and you constantly have to use, both legs because of the stick, the clutch, it sucks. It's the only bad part about it. But I loved that fucking car. Darth says, I think it actually is a full moon or close to it. Like I said, it must be. It's crazy here. Like, tomorrow's the full moon. Now wonder, night before the full moon. Is what I'm saying. Crazy shit's been happening. We were all just talking about Can't Buy Me Love. Oh my God, no way. I love that movie. Such a good movie. Oh, Side Eye says, no stick shift for me ever. I love driving a manual transmission. I'll be honest, it's fun. Yeah, if you lose your brakes, you can downshift to almost nothing. Exactly. James says, I know how to drive a stick, but I'm not good at it. No thanks. And you know where my dirty mind is going every time I see a comments like this is I miss driving stick and do it every chance I get. Sorry. Just where my mind goes. Only raced 3 times, but all were when I had a stick shift. Yeah. I mean, you can't really race in an automatic. You just can't. I never was a racer, but she just got it. Ew, that stick. No thanks. Sorry. I can't help it. Oh, shut up, Jeannie Lynn. We need to get Scarlett a boyfriend, y'all. No, thank you. I am. She didn't say riding stick. I'm serious, though. No, thank you. I am perfectly happy being single. I do what I want when I want. I don't have anybody bitching and moaning at me because I can't get up and, do the dishes because I'm fucking in too much pain, okay? I'm all good. All right. It's been a long time since I drove that stick. No, I don't miss it. That's a Darth. All right, guys. Since you're here with me for a little longer, let's just see. Let's start Dr. Whoop's testimony and see where we get. I love you guys. Thanks for being here. Get a guy in a wheelchair. He won't pitch. Put it in reverse. I'm sorry. You guys are cracking me up now. Thank you. Maylin says, and I don't drive, but I am married, so I drive that stick. Oh, thanks for the laughs, guys. I needed it.
Yes.
Good morning. So, sir, we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on this morning. So I'm going to actually speak really loudly into that microphone. And Mr. Jackson, you do so as well, please. Okay.
Of course, Your Honor. Dr. Wolf, could you please state your entire name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Daniel Michael Wolf, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And I'm going to start right off the bat, getting really comfortable with that microphone. It's adjustable. Pull it right close to the area of your chin. It's really loud in here.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, you said you work for ARCA, A-R-C-C-A. What is ARCA?
ARCA is a forensic engineering consulting firm. We have a variety of disciplines: accident reconstruction, which is the group I'm a part of, biomechanics, failure analysis, and crashworthiness.
And you said it's your title again, one more time?
The director of the accident reconstruction team.
And what sort of contracts does ARCA normally engage in routinely?
So in addition to our forensic consulting work, we have, going back in time, we've dealt with doing contracts with the Department of Defense, where we designed energy-absorbing seats for MRAP vehicles, mine-resistant armored protective vehicles, where these vehicles were going over explosive devices, and the energy from those explosions was going through the vehicle into the occupant. So ARCA designed energy-absorbing seats to help mitigate the injuries in that type of in those types of incidents. We also do work for the National Hockey League. I myself am part of that work. It has to do with scanning and analyzing player pads, but we certainly do impact testing and help set guidelines for player safety.
Dart, it's an actual plate with a rooster or cock on it, as you call it. It's hysterical. She put a picture of it in Discord.
With regard to those MRAP vehicles, was that contract for the Department of Defense for the United States government?
Yes, sir.
For the military?
Correct.
Is ARCA both nationally and internationally recognized as a leader in accident reconstruction?
Okay. Sustained.
Does ARCA have a reputation, or let me ask it this way, does ARCA entertain or engage both domestic and international contracts and clientele?
Yes.
As the director of accident reconstruction, do you specialize in anything other than just accident reconstruction, anything having to do with human factors?
Yes. So my other specialties, in addition to accident reconstruction, are lighting and human factors.
What is, give us a 25-word overview of human factors. What is that?
So to give you a good example of that is, and again, this is a case that I commonly see, but let's say you're driving down the road at night. That's an unlit roadway. You're relying on your vehicle headlights to see the roadway ahead, right? And you've got a pedestrian that is entering the roadway. And you want to have an understanding based upon the lighting conditions, how much sky illumination there is, their clothing, right? When would a driver recognize that individual on the roadway? So that's where it starts from the vision aspect of human factors. Then we get into driver response, right? So the driver is presented with a hazard. So how do drivers typically respond to that? What are their actions and how long does that take to avoid and initiate a reaction?
That's human factors. Can you do the same thing and give us an explanation for accident reconstruction just in the broadest sense? What is that discipline?
I think a very simple definition of accident reconstruction is the application of physics and engineering science to collision events.
What role do you take as the director of accident reconstruction for ARCA as contracts come in or engagements come in?
Well, my scope in cases can vary greatly. As I just mentioned, I could have a case where I'm assessing the conspicuity of a pedestrian and a driver's response time. It could be a 50-car pileup on a highway. I'm trying to figure out a sequence of events. It could be a rear-end collision where a seat back has failed in the vehicle and the occupant has sustained injuries, and we want to have an understanding of the crush, the damage, the forces. So again, it can vary case to case.
Do you engage in reconstruction or attempt to engage in reconstruction of all sorts of passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles?
Yes.
What about motorcycles?
Yes.
Bicycles?
Yes.
Involving pedestrians and sometimes involving no pedestrians?
Yes, I see all types of collisions.
How many cases, if you have a number in mind, have you been a part of in terms of engaging in accident reconstruction broadly?
That's something that I don't track, but I've been with the company now for over 8 years. So at this point, if I had to estimate, it's well over 1,000 at this point.
What education, training, and background do you have that allows you to perform the duties that you've described for these jurors in terms of accident reconstruction and human factors analyses?
In terms of, are you looking at additional training?
No,
or
let's start with your education. I want
Absolutely,
education, training, background, but we can do them in order.
Okay, yeah. So we'll go back to 2012. I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses included physics, statics, dynamics, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, your engineering sciences. Subsequent to that, I then went on to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics. So my coursework while doing my PhD included optoelectronics, semiconductor physics, basically how to guide light on semiconductor devices.
Did you write a dissertation to get your PhD?
Yes.
What was the subject matter broadly of the dissertation that you drafted?
So my dissertation focused on a technology called smart glass. So you may have seen this technology where if you've seen a pane of glass that is transparent, somebody flips a switch and it goes opaque. That's a type of smart glass technology. So my PhD involved developing a new type of novel, what we coined optofluidic smart glass. So we are using geometric structures that we've optically designed to create a very reflective surface or medium, if you will. And then through the introduction of various fluids, we can then modulate the amount of visible light and electromagnetic energy that is passing through or being reflected. So not just visible light, but also energy that you can't see. As part of that process, I ended up prototyping these structures with a 3D printer that was capable of printing 3D printable polymers. And as we kind of got towards the end of my work, we looked at how we could scale this up on a larger scale. We ultimately ended up researching and doing tests with a material known as polymethyl methacrylate, which is PMMA or acrylic.
What relevance does PMMA play in terms of this case?
So with respect to this case, the outer lens and the clear plastic diffusers of the taillights on the Lexus are comprised entirely of polymethyl methacrylate, or that PMMA material.
The same material that was the subject of your dissertation?
Correct.
What additional training and experience do you have as it relates to accident reconstruction beyond your BS and your PhD?
So certainly the 8 years of work that I've had at ARCA has certainly trained and taught me a lot over the last 8 years. Like I said, I've seen hundreds of collisions, all different types of accidents. But in addition to that, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction, human factors and lighting, heavy vehicle forensics, heavy vehicle EDR downloads, Bosch data retrieval and black box downloads, photogrammetry. So a number of continuing education.
Are you accredited as a traffic accident reconstructionist?
Yes.
By whom?
An organization known as ACTAR.
Is that a nationally recognized organization?
Yes, sir.
What does that stand for, ACTAR?
The Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes.
What is photogrammetry generally?
So photogrammetry is the science of extracting and measuring information in a photograph. So you don't actually have to physically inspect something to be able to get information about its measurements or where things are spatially. You can do that from a photograph alone.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction to use photographs and or videos without actually having been at the scene during the course of the crash?
Absolutely. It's very common.
You mentioned Bosch. What is the Bosch crash data retrieval analysis? What is that generally?
So generally, most modern vehicles on the roadway now have what's called an airbag control module, or more commonly known as a black box, which can contain crash-specific data in a collision.
Are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Can you describe those for us, please?
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstruction Specialists, the Illuminating Engineering Society, and the Optical Society of America.
Is it fair to say that you've authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics and or accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you describe that for us?
So my most recent publication in the field of accident reconstruction deals with vehicle control history records. Publications prior to that were focused primarily on my dissertation PhD work.
I think you testified that you have dealt with probably over 1,000 different types of cases. Are you able to estimate of those 1,000 different types of cases dealing with accident reconstruction, how many of those or what percentage of those have involved pedestrians?
I don't know if I can give a percentage. I would certainly say it's the majority of my casework. As I mentioned earlier, given one of my specialties being in human factors and lighting, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian collisions. We certainly see a rise as sky illumination drops and the illumination levels go down. We're having to rely on artificial light sources. So given that occurrence happens in nighttime hours and low illumination, like I said, I certainly see many pedestrian accidents.
What types of pedestrian impacts have you been involved with in terms of your analysis and evaluations?
All different types, everything from pedestrians being run over, running into the side of vehicles, being hit by the front of the vehicle, a vehicle backing up in a parking lot into pedestrians. So I've seen it from all sides of a vehicle.
What is kinematics? Can you describe that or explain that phrase or term?
I think a simple definition would just be the motion of an object or a body.
Have you done any testing as it relates to kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and motor vehicles?
Yes.
How many times have you engaged in such an analysis?
Numerous times. We frequently and routinely do testing at ARCA.
You mentioned ARCA has several different disciplines within it. What are some of those different disciplines in addition to accident reconstruction?
So, as I mentioned, we have biomechanics and crashworthiness, and there's a few others. And I will note that it's very common in our casework that we will work together as a team. So, to give you an example of that, I mentioned earlier about that rear end collision, right? So let's just say we have a rear end crash, and there's crush and there's damage to the rear of the vehicle, and the seat back failed, which caused the driver to ramp up in the seat and ultimately hit their head on something and sustain an injury. So I myself, as a reconstructionist, will analyze the forces, the speeds, and the severity of the crash. The biomechanist will evaluate the mechanism for the injury based upon those crash forces. And the crashworthiness expert may analyze, okay, is there a better or stronger seat that may have held up in this crash?
Is it normal for you, as the director of accident reconstruction at ARCA, to work with others in the other disciplines that are housed under the umbrella of ARCA?
Absolutely, yes.
Is that a normal process for you?
Very common, yes.
As a matter of fact, it probably would be uncommon if you didn't do that, correct?
Depending on the kind of case, but yeah, certainly wouldn't be uncommon.
Tell me about the testing that you've undertaken to determine forces that are at play in a given accident or an impact.
Okay. So to give you maybe a simple example of it is, let's just say we have a sideswipe type collision where two vehicles sideswipe each other and a front bumper gets torn off or deflected, essentially, and there's some deformation to it, right? We can do testing at ARCA to determine how much force does it take to bend that material so that we get the deformation that we have. That would be a good example.
Is there a specific type of testing, or is there varied types of testing that you've done and undertaken to determine the forces that would be, for instance, in your example, in that side, the forces at play in that sideswipe collision?
Yeah, absolutely. It would have been, again, as part of the test, we would be measuring the forces, we'd be measuring the displacement, we'd be able to calculate acceleration and things of that nature from that test data.
The tests that you undertake, are they generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
What are quasi-static tests?
So a quasi-static test would be like the example I just gave you, where we have basically the bumper would be stationary, right? And now we're pulling on it to determine how much force it takes to bend it. So that'd be an example of a quasi-static test.
So that test specifically is determining or attempting to determine the amount of force necessary to deform a bumper, for instance, in the way that it's seen after an impact.
Yes.
Or any other body panel, correct?
Correct.
And on the human side, also there are forces at play, I'm assuming, in terms of injuries that are sustained by pedestrians in the accident reconstructions that you've done involving pedestrians.
Yes.
Do you have experience in evaluating whether damage to a vehicle is consistent with a proposed scenario or set of facts?
Yes.
Describe those circumstances for us. What are the circumstances in which you're trying to determine whether or not the damage fits a proposed scenario?
So a case that commonly comes across my desk is we have two very different versions of how an accident unfolded according to party A and party B, right? And we have a set of evidence in terms of the damage to the vehicles, maybe some roadway evidence, right? So we can look at that objective evidence, utilize physics, maybe some calculations, determine whose version is most consistent based upon the damage and the roadway evidence.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
In other cases in which you've undertaken such an engagement to determine whether or not the physics or the physical evidence matches a particular scenario or is inconsistent with that scenario, have you been able to ultimately reach conclusions and opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in those cases?
Yes.
Is that normally what you're seeking, to ultimately come to an opinion or a conclusion about those scenarios and circumstances?
Yes.
Are your opinions and conclusions based on your education, your training, the background and experience that you've explained to the jurors?
Yes.
Is it also in furtherance of the scientific methodology that you employ in order to come to those opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
And are those generally accepted in the scientific and accident reconstruction community as a proper methodology to come to opinions and conclusions of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Let's talk about how you began your work in this particular case. When you were initially retained in connection with this case, were you hired by the defense?
No.
Did you know who we were?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah, you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Were you hired by anybody affiliated with the defense?
No.
At that time, did you know any of the names of the defense?
No.
At the time that you were hired to or engaged in this case, did you even know the name Karen Reed?
Sustained.
Did you know any of the names of any of the parties?
Sustained.
Sure. When you were initially hired to look at the facts and circumstances of this case, did you do so independently? In other words, were you given a series of facts and a series of data and asked, just look at these facts and look at these data and make a few determinations about accident reconstruction in this case?
Yes.
What were you asked to do specifically?
It was to look at that evidence that we were provided and determine whether or not The damage to the vehicle was consistent with the injuries to Mr. John O'Keefe.
At the time that you were asked to engage in this independent analysis, were you provided information or data?
Yes.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team that would ultimately engage in this particular analysis?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
Describe what the materials were that you were provided in your initial assessment of this case.
Could I refer to my report?
With the court's permission.
Would you like me to just go in order from the materials reviewed?
That would be fine.
The Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus LX 570, report of autopsy photographs, and there was a few other items there, but those were generated internally.
There were about 14 things that were listed in terms of categories of information that you were provided, or ARCA was provided, is that right?
A little less than that, because some of those, like I said, were internally generated, but yes.
Why were you provided that data? What's the reason why it's important for you to get certain data as you begin your analysis?
Well, we wanted to have an understanding of, or ultimately the entity that retained us wanted to have an understanding of what, I guess, the evidence that we would need to reconstruct this.
Did you get enough information to engage in a fulsome analysis, an accident reconstruction, in terms of the initial request by the entity that hired you?
Yes, in terms of our scope, yes, we had sufficient information.
Were you able to review photographs of not only the Lexus involved, but John O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Did you use those photographs in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
Did you use the reports detailing scenarios or possible scenarios in furtherance of your analysis?
From what I recall, I don't believe any of the reports indicated any type of theory or understanding of how the accident occurred.
Were you asked to determine whether or not certain scenarios could be possible?
I don't recall them giving us any scenarios to evaluate. They essentially left it in our hands. Here's the evidence. What do you think happened?
That was an open question, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you engage in an analysis that basically allowed you to think of any scenario?
I think that's fair, yes.
In your initial analysis, did you note damage to the vehicle?
Yes.
Describe the damage. Let's start with the vehicle. Describe the damage that you noted in furtherance of your analysis.
The primary damage was to the right rear taillight on the quarter panel section. The majority of the outer red lens was broken and shattered, as well as some of the underlying components and diffusers that are underneath that outer layer, as well as some damage to the back portion of the taillight.
Can I stop you right there? Describe, when you say the outer lens material and some interior material as well was damaged, describe that in detail for us.
So the outer lens is red, and it's about 5 millimeters in thickness, and it basically encompasses the majority of that quarter panel taillight. And then there's a small segment that is clear, that is for the turn signal indicator, which is yellow. Underneath that 5 millimeter thick red lens, there are additional diffusers that run along the bottom. There's two rows of those, I believe, and then they also go up vertically on the side, and those are clear. And I think the thicknesses of those are about 3 millimeters.
Is 5 millimeters of PMMC, have I got that right? PMMA?
You call it acrylic. That's the more common name.
Easier for me. Is 5 millimeters of that acrylic, that outer lens material, is that considered thick or thin in terms of just sort of what we'd see on a taillight?
I would describe that as a pretty thick piece of plastic. It's certainly by no means. You can't, if you had a segment of it and you try to bend it, it's not going to bend.
In addition to that outer taillight material, that acrylic, in terms of the information that you received, did the interior acrylic also have damage to it?
Yes, those clear diffusers that, again, there's 2 rows of those, and they also went up vertically. Those were shattered and broken as well.
Was that important to you in your ultimate analysis?
Yes.
Did you note any superficial scratches or dents anywhere on the tailgate area or the liftgate area?
Yes, there was a dent and some paint chips, if you will, above the liftgate taillight assembly. So again, that next to that quarter panel taillight, there's another assembly that is on the liftgate, and there was a small dent and some paint chips at that area. There was also on the wraparound section of the bumper cover, as it's going from the rear to the right side, there were some superficial scrapes in that area.
Did you know any other damage or deformation to the Lexus? Deformation in the tail, the liftgate, the bumper, anything like that?
No.
Is it common in a vehicle pedestrian collision that there is some sort of bumper deformation that's associated with a vehicle pedestrian incident?
That can certainly occur if a pedestrian is in an normal upright position. You can certainly get displacement of the bumper.
Did you see any displacement or panel deformation on the Lexus?
No.
Is it more common that there's panel displacement or deformation if the collision is above, say, 10 or 15 miles an hour?
Yes.
During your review of all the investigative materials, did you note any items of evidence that were recovered or claimed to have been recovered on the bumper itself?
I recall there were 2 or 3 apparent glass fragments.
What's the significance of that? Let me ask it differently. Is there any glass in the taillight assembly?
Can you repeat that question, Mr. Jackson?
May I ask that again?
Yes.
Is there any glass in the taillight assembly?
No.
Was there any shattered glass anywhere on the Lexus? Meaning panes of glass, the back window, quarter panel windows, anything like that?
No.
Did you have any understanding at that time of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case was when you began your initial analysis?
Sustained.
Did you have any indication of what the Massachusetts State Police theory of the case was based on the investigative reports that you had received?
Sustained.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction analysis to determine whether or not the damage to the Lexus, that taillight housing material, was consistent with an interaction with a pedestrian?
Yes.
Specifically, did you perform an accident reconstruction to determine whether the damage to the Lexus was consistent with an interaction with John O'Keefe based on the injuries that you were aware of?
Yes.
Did you evaluate whether the investigative theories regarding, let me ask it a different way. Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's head striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's arm striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you entertain the possibility that Mr. O'Keefe's center of mass, his body, struck the taillight?
Yes.
Before we get into the initial testing, were you able to come to opinions and conclusions concerning those things that I've just mentioned?
Yes.
Did you also entertain the possibility that a drinking glass could have damaged the taillight?
Yes.
Were these some of the things that you were sort of was left open to you to decide yourself?
Yes.
Did you later provide all of those opinions and conclusions in a report to the entity that hired you?
Yes.
And your understanding that those reports were then later supplied to both sides here in this case?
That was my understanding, yes.
Did you testify about those initial testing opinions and conclusions at a proceeding last year?
Yes.
Let's talk for a second about that initial testing that you conducted in connection with this case. When approximately did you begin your testing? And I'm going to phrase it as your initial testing, the testing that you testified to about last year. When did you start that initial testing?
From what I recall, it would have been late 2023 into early 2024.
I want to talk about the drinking glass first. Did you become aware that there was a drinking glass that was found at the scene?
Yes.
And what was the testing that you sought to determine as it relates to the drinking glass and the taillight?
So looking at the evidence, as I mentioned earlier, when we're looking at that quarter panel taillight, we have an isolated region of damage. And looking at the additional evidence in terms of a broken drinking glass at the scene, we wanted to do testing to determine if a small object or projectile such as the drinking glass could induce damage that was consistent with that we saw on the subject Lexus.
Were you able to reach an opinion and or conclusion as it relates to whether or not there is a possibility that the drinking glass or a drinking glass could cause the type of damage that you saw on the Lexus?
Yes.
Given everything else in your investigation, are you concluding that the glass was responsible for the taillight damage?
No.
However, you did seek to determine whether it was possible, correct? Okay.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way, Your Honor. What testing did you undertake in furtherance of answering that specific question? Could the glass damage the taillight?
Right. So We designed a pressurized cannon that was capable of firing the drinking glass into the taillight at various speeds. We aimed for speeds of 30 and 40 miles an hour. Our achieved speeds were at 31 and 37 miles per hour. And we found that in the 37 mile an hour impact, and again, this is to emulate or simulate an individual throwing a drinking glass. The purpose of the cannon, if you will, was to be able to hone in on a speed precisely and obviously aim for that target. So it would just serve as a means of getting that projectile to the taillight in a means that we could measure it. And what we observed in the 37 mile an hour test is that we got damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight, and that there was a large portion of the outer lens that was shattered and fractured, as well as the underlying clear plastic diffusers and chrome piece.
Tell me a little bit about the methodology that you undertook, the scientific methodology in building that pneumatic cannon and aiming that glass directly at the taillight.
Absolutely. So, as I mentioned, it was a customized cannon, if you will. It had a barrel that was capable of fitting a rocks or an old-fashioned drinking glass in it, and that's a glass that has a thinner sidewall, if you will. I think the glass was about 3 inches in height or so, maybe 3.5 inches, with the bottom portion being solid glass or just a thick piece of glass. So we were able to design a kind of a holder for it, if you will. Almost, you could really think of it as stuffing an actual cannon with a cannonball. So we literally would put the drinking glass in the cannon. There was a pressurized vessel behind that we would open up a valve rapidly, and when it was set to a certain pressure, that would determine the exit velocity that it would leave the barrel at. And we were able to aim that device into the taillight at those specified speeds to be able to determine what would the damage pattern be when we fired that glass.
Were you able, in this scientific experiment, to control for aim and trajectory?
Yes.
Were you able to control for velocity or exit speed of the glass?
Yes.
Were you able to control for damage patterns as it pertained to both the glass as well as the taillight at which it was aimed?
I don't know that we have had control over that. Ultimately, physics takes over after that interaction occurs. I can't influence how that material is going to perform or how the glass will break, per se.
It's a poor question on my part. Were you able to, or did you undertake to memorialize the damage pattern that you saw on the taillight and the glass as the glass was projected into the taillight?
Yes.
All right. Did you do that through photographs?
Yes.
High-speed video?
Yes.
And all of that was memorialized in your report?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you 2 photographs, or 2 8.5 by 11 documents that contain 2 photographs each. Can you take a look at those 2 documents and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes.
Does one represent, you mentioned that one of the tests that you performed was at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Correct.
Did you mention the speed at which, or the velocity at which the other test was done?
If I didn't, it was 31 miles per hour.
All right, so 31 and 37. Do you see those 2 documents in front of you?
Yes.
Does one of them represent the 31 mile an hour test and the photographs associated with that?
And an extracted frame from the high speed, yes.
Okay, and does the other one represent the other test, the 37 mile an hour test?
Yes.
We could take those one at a time. May I approach one more time? Okay. Course permission, I'd like to exhibit 213. I'm sorry, present exhibit 213.
Okay.
Is this the photograph that was just marked as exhibit 213 that's in front of you?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
So on the left part, you are looking at a frame from the high-speed video just after the contact with the taillight. On the right, you're looking at the post-damage to the taillight after the glass had been fired into it.
And if we could look at the next exhibit with the course permission.
Okay.
And what are we looking at here?
Same thing on the left. Again, this is the 37 mile an hour test. The glass striking just in the area where the bottom of the turn signal indicator is, so right where it meets the red portion of the lens and the clear portion of the lens. That's about where the impact point was. You could see that a large portion of the outer red assembly, lens cover is missing and fractured. The clear portion of the part of the outer lens to the turn signal indicator is also fractured, as well as the underlying clear diffusers in that assembly.
Would your testing in both of these scenarios, the 31 mile an hour test and the 37 mile an hour test, represent an accepted methodology for controlling for aim, velocity, impact site, and those issues, if you will, as it relates to testing of this sort?
Yes, we were able to control those variables.
And is that an accepted methodology in the area or the field of accident reconstruction?
Absolutely, yes.
When you finished your testing, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not either one of these velocities, the 31 mile an hour velocity or the 37 mile an hour velocity, were consistent with the damage that you saw on the on the subject
I'm trying to
Lexus,
get
which is the 2021 Lexus belonging to Ms. Reed.
Yes, from the 37 mile per hour test, we are getting damage that's generally consistent. And that I mentioned, we have portions of the outer lens missing, the underlying diffuser. There was also some fracturing on the backside of the assembly. So again, we observed damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight.
And that was the 31 or the 37?
The 37.
The 37. What about the 31?
Didn't have enough energy to create that damage.
So were you able to conclude, in your opinion, whether or not the velocity of that glass hitting the taillight would have to be somewhere in the vicinity of 37 miles an hour, well above 30 miles an hour?
Well above it. It certainly could have been above 40 miles per hour per se. I mean, we may have actually blown out more of the outer lens had the speed increase.
Did you have any information in the data or documents that you reviewed associated with this case, for instance, that John O'Keefe had a pneumatic cannon with him out there?
No.
Okay. So obviously, well, let me ask a different way. Based on this series of tests, were you concluding that the damage on the taillight conclusively was the product of a glass being hurled into the taillight?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Were you concluding, or did you opine that the damage to the taillight came from a drinking glass?
No, I gave an opinion that the damage was generally consistent with that in the test compared to the subject taillight.
But only in circumstance where the glass is being hurled at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Sustained. Can I ask it differently?
Under what circumstance did you determine that it was consistent with the drinking glass?
If that drinking glass, again, the purpose of the test was to do a test to evaluate or simulating somebody throwing a drinking glass at the taillight. So that's what that test was to demonstrate.
Understood. Let's turn to another test that you undertook regarding the head injuries that you became aware of. Did you become aware of in the data that you received that Mr. O'Keefe had suffered head injuries to the back of his skull?
Yes.
What sort of testing did you do to determine whether or not and under what circumstances that head injury may be connected or associated with the damage to the taillight?
We performed a drop test with a hybrid 3. So that's an instrumented anthropomorphic test device to be able to measure the accelerations on a head form and observe the damage to an impact to the taillight.
What is an ATD, anthropomorphic test device?
So it's a device that's commonly used in our field, and it's certainly approved by the federal government to evaluate crash forces and occupant kinematics, or I should say occupant crash forces. So it's a device that reconstructionists and biomechanists typically use or commonly use to be able to evaluate, like I said, whether it's forces in a motor vehicle, or let's say you have something being dropped on somebody's head or an impact to somebody's body part, right? You can use that instrumented dummy to evaluate and measure the acceleration and the forces.
Another word or another phrase often used in association with ATD devices are crash test dummies, correct?
Correct, yes.
Why was it important to do a drop test?
So we wanted to have an understanding based upon the fact that Mr. John O'Keefe had a skull fracture to the back of his head, whether or not an impact, a direct impact between the taillight and the back of his head could have caused that skull fracture.
What did your testing indicate?
When we did the test, the impact to the taillight was at 15 miles per hour, and we observed that the damage to that taillight was significantly more than the subject taillight at the 15 mile an hour speed. Furthermore, it did not generate, according to my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, enough forces to cause a skull fracture.
So ultimately, what was your conclusion related to the taillight potentially striking John O'Keefe in the head at above 15 miles an hour?
From a damage perspective, it was inconsistent.
Inconsistent.
Correct, inconsistent.
Did you consider temperature and control for temperature in any of your testing?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, that will affect how that, we've talked a lot about that acrylic material of the lens. That will certainly affect how it fractures. So we absolutely controlled the temperature during these tests.
How did you control for temperature?
So we had them sit overnight in chest freezers to get them to the desired temperature, which for our original set of testing was at 28 degrees Fahrenheit. We then rapidly moved them to our test fixture, and then they were fired almost immediately after that.
And when you're talking about them, you're talking about exemplar taillights.
Correct, yes.
Are those exact replica taillights that you would find on the 2021 Lexus SUV?
Yes.
After your testimony in the first proceeding last year in the spring of 2024, were you ultimately contacted by the defense in this case?
Yes.
When were you contacted by the defense?
I know that I had reached out to you, I believe it was in February of this year, because I think I saw some things in the media and was just wondering what was going on.
Sustained. Just when? Just a date, Dr. Will?
I don't know if I could give a specific date. If I had to estimate, sometime in February or March, probably.
were you still under contract with the other entity that hired you?
Sustained.
At some point, you and I spoke, correct?
Correct.
And that was, you believe it was February of 2025?
Yes.
Had we spoken at all between the end of your testimony at the proceeding last year and February of 2025?
No, that was the first time.
Did I ask you anything about retaining you?
Not at that time, no.
At some point, subsequent to that initial discussion in February of 2025, did we have another discussion about the potential of retaining you?
Yes.
Tell me about that. When was that?
From what I recall, it was sometime in March, and we were trying to figure out.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did I ask you if you are available to be retained by the defense?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Wolf. So ultimately in March of 2025, were you hired by the defense?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to do anything or to review anything from the Commonwealth and any of their experts in relation to testing that was undertaken by them regarding the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
What were you asked to do?
My understanding is that we were asked to review and evaluate the report and analysis conducted by Dr. Welcher.
Did you receive Dr. Welcher's reports?
Yes.
Did you receive his raw data?
Yes.
Did you receive his 140 plus page PowerPoint?
Yes.
And did you undertake a review of that, all of that data in order to evaluate that data?
Yes.
What methodology did you undertake at that juncture before you began any testing? Just your review process. What methodology did you undertake in terms of your review of his evaluations and his opinions and conclusions?
Well, I think when reviewing his report and his analysis, I look to his opinions, and then I look to what's the basis and the foundation to those opinions, right? How did he ultimately arrive at those final conclusions? So I'm looking for the methodologies that he followed, what testing did he do, what type of experiments, what type of data analysis, ultimately to provide that opinion.
Ultimately, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of memorializing your review and opinions and conclusions of his evaluation and testing?
Yes.
Did you bring that with you today?
Yes.
Do you have that with you on your computer, or are we going to run the PowerPoint?
It's on this computer up here with me.
With the court's permission, could Dr. Wolf present his PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a thumb drive that I believe represents PowerPoint. Do we have this marked?
Yes, is this coming into evidence?
I'm agreeing it's demonstrative name.
All right, so we'll mark for
We
identification.
can mark it for identification for the time being and discuss it. Thank you.
To the DDB for identification.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, do you see what's displayed or presented up on the TV screen?
Yes.
All right. Do you have with you, by the way, just a matter of housekeeping, something called a spotlight?
Yes.
Something that can do whatever spotlight does that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I may ask you to employ that, or I may take it from you at some point as we're discussing this. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is this?
This is my PowerPoint with just the first page, the title.
If we can move to the next slide, please. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
This is from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation, slide 121, in which he's indicating that there are lacerations on John O'Keefe's right arm and forearm. And he's indicating in this slide that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear tail light of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
In coming to your opinions and conclusions, and I know this is a mouthful, did you consider the opinions and conclusions of Dr. Welcher in conducting your analysis and your ultimate testing?
Yes.
Did you rely on Dr. Welcher's report and his PowerPoint in reaching your conclusions and opinions ultimately in this case?
I don't know that I relied on it. Certainly, I utilized them to have an understanding of what his basis was for his opinion and what his opinion was. Ultimately, at ARCA, we did our own independent testing to evaluate that.
So just to be clear, I'm not asking Dr. Wolf if you agreed with his opinions and conclusions. I'm simply asking, did you rely on those in order to come to your opinions and conclusions? Did you incorporate them?
Sustained is to
Did you agree ultimately with Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
sustained.
You certainly were aware of what his opinions and conclusions were, correct?
Yes.
The form, Mr. Jackson, on that one.
Were you aware of Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Are some of those opinions and conclusions represented in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Are some of them represented on this slide in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
You indicated that this slide indicates that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arms are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm lacerations?
That would be an opinion from my colleague, Dr. Renshaw.
Have you ever heard the phrase abrasion?
Yes.
In your opinion, are the injuries to John O'Keefe's right arm better described as lacerations or abrasions?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay. Slide number 2, please. Based on your review of Dr. Welcher's reports and his data, what testing did Dr. Welcher undertake or conduct?
So he did, initially, it appeared that he did a static test, if you will, just demonstrating holding his right arm out adjacent to the rear taillights on the right side of an exemplar Lexus to demonstrate his theory of how the arm contacted the taillight.
What is a static test?
So I'm sustaining that. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson. And I'm going to strike that.
What testing did you note that Dr. Welcher did with regard to this particular photograph? What is a static test?
Well, in a static test, that neither the arm or the vehicle is moving. It's just he's aligning his right arm adjacent to show how his arm aligns to the geometry and the dimensions of the Lexus.
Did Dr. Welcher appear to be wearing similar clothing as John O'Keefe was wearing on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Was there any significance or purpose for that, in your opinion?
In this test, no.
Did you identify any limitations with regard to this sort of testing undertaken by Dr. Welcher?
It's very basic in that the only thing that this demonstrates is that you can get your right arm to align with the taillight. Beyond that, it doesn't tell you anything with respect to what happens to the arm when it makes contact with the taillight, right? What's the motion of the arm? What's the damage to the taillight? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the forces of the arm? So it doesn't answer any of those other questions. The only question it answers is, does the arm align with the taillight?
You're aware that John O'Keefe was 6'1", correct?
Correct.
Is the only person, let me ask it a different way. Can only a 6'1" person align their arm with the taillight?
No, the arm is adjustable, so certainly people of different heights could also meet that alignment as well.
Just by pivoting your arm, right?
Sustain.
How would you describe the ability of somebody 5'7", 6'3", being able to align their arm with the taillight?
Just changing the orientation and the posture of your arm.
Was there any scientific significance, in your opinion, of this particular test?
Again, other than just demonstrating that it aligns with it, no, nothing beyond that.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So this is an extracted frame from one of his dynamic tests in which the vehicle is moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm, making contact with his hand, his forearm, and his elbow.
What is a dynamic test as it relates to a static test?
So that's when something's in motion, and in this instance, it's the Lexus moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm.
Did Dr. Welcher explain what the purpose of this test was?
From what I recall, I think it was to demonstrate that when his arm makes contact with the taillight, he observed paint transfer in the general location that there were the abrasions or the lacerations on his arm.
Did he appear to paint the taillight?
He did, yes.
Do you see that Dr. Welcher appears to be wearing an orange T-shirt?
Yeah. Sustained.
What is he wearing?
Appears to be an orange T-shirt.
Is that similar to what was described as John O'Keefe having worn that night on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Is there any significance to wearing that T-shirt?
Not that I can think of, no.
Did you note any or identify any shortcomings with this particular test?
Well, much like the static test, again, it leaves the door open to all those questions, right? About, again, doing this at 2 miles an hour doesn't tell you anything about, well, what happens at 10? What happens at 15? What happens at 20, right? In terms of what are the collision forces? What's the damage? How does the arm move? What would the expected injuries be, right? This dynamic test, as well as the static test, doesn't answer any of those questions for us.
Is this test from Dr. Welcher considered a force calculation?
I'm not aware of him making any type of force calculations or measuring accelerations or anything of that nature, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine whether the damage to Ms. Reed's Lexus was consistent with the striking of an arm of a pedestrian?
I'm not aware of any impact testing that he did, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the damage to the taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinions as it relates to the speed of the subject Lexus at the time of the alleged incident?
No, from reviewing his report and his PowerPoint and analysis, I could not find anywhere in it a specified speed or even a range of speeds.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion as it relates to the forces experienced by the taillight in such an impact?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion at all as it relates to the post-impact trajectory or movement, if you will, of John O'Keefe's mass or his body subsequent to the alleged conduct?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Next slide, please. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is something that you probably have heard and certainly I've discussed already, but this is looking at the right rear corner of the subject Lexus, specifically in the area of the damaged right taillight.
Did you consider this photograph in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
What, if anything, of significance did you note about this taillight other than the fact that it's damaged?
Well, I'm going to jump to the next slide, if you will. So this is now the taillight obviously has been removed from the vehicle. So obviously what's important here is looking at what is the damage that we have to this taillight? What components were damaged in this alleged interaction? So we're looking at the clear diffuser at the bottom is fractured and missing. Same with the ones on the vertical side. The majority of the outer red lens is also missing and fractured. And then on the back side, we also have some damage in terms of some fracturing to that black plastic. And there's also a chunk of plastic missing on the top portion of the taillight as well.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about that diffuser. If you could focus your attention on this area. Describe for the jurors what they're looking at in terms of the diffuser. What is the diffuser?
Right, let me see if this. So the diffusers, right where my mouse is, there's a clear diffuser that runs along the bottom, and then there's another diffuser that runs along here, and then it also goes up vertically. Same here on the bottom one, that also goes up vertically. So this piece was missing and fractured on the bottom, along with the vertical portion. The chrome piece here you can see is also fractured and damaged. And then the kind of the second tier, if you will, that clear diffuser was also fractured and broken on the upper section as well.
Was that of significance to you in your review of the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because that tells me that we have to have enough force and energy to break, we talked about earlier, that 5 millimeter thick red outer lens. We have to have enough force to be able to get beyond that, to now start penetrating into the interior components of the taillight to get to, again, those clear diffusers and certainly cause damage to get induced out the back end of the taillight as well.
May I have just one more?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, did you bring with you an undamaged taillight exemplar?
Yes. It's up here with me.
It's up there. Oh, I was just looking for it.
Yep.
Thanks for nothing. Describe what it is that you brought with you.
So I brought a two-part assembly. So what I did is I 3D printed a bracket so that I could mount the lift gate taillight assembly as well as the quarter panel taillight assembly.
And these are undamaged in sort of manufacturing specs, correct?
Correct, yes.
May I have just one, Your Honor?
Okay.
At the witness stand?
Yes.
Could you retrieve that with the court's permission?
Did I turtle snore? Sorry, guys. I told you I was tired.
You can remain standing for just a quick second.
Look at that tail light. Perfect time to wake up. No snore. Okay. Baby, dude, Jeannie Lynn, I'm going to kick your ass. That's what happens, especially I told you guys I had to give myself one of my boluses. I did it live last Friday. I told you it makes me tired or loopy, one or the other. And then when I'm already tired, it just like, even if I'm sitting straight up, I will fall asleep. I fell asleep literally. I think I told this story to you guys before, sitting at my computer desk with my phone in my hand And I woke up. My phone was still in my hand, but my head was down on the desk somehow. Like, I'm just, it happens. No snoring. I'm good. Thank God. She may have had a little doo-doo, but she's back. A little sleep. I nodded off just for a little bit. Aw. Yes, he is so cute too. We can stare at him too for a minute. Thank you guys for still being here. I can't believe I have this many here. Normally when I doze off for a minute, I have like 2 people. Oh, you guys are awesome. Sorry. What did I miss you guys talking about? Now I got to go back and read the chat. That is why I tell you I need so much sleep. I get it. I know. I didn't call you and wake you up. I was going to let you sleep. Oh, you guys are so nice. Well, at least I didn't disappear this. The other day I wasn't sleeping. I literally disappeared off the screen. And it was as nice as it is, everybody just was so sweet calling to make sure I was okay. Because stupid StreamYard had fucking locked me out. Like, I couldn't get back in. I literally thought it must have ended my stream because I couldn't even get back on the fucking website. It was driving me fucking crazy. Aw, you guys are so sweet. Maylin's still here. We still here because we love you. Oh, I love you guys too. Oh, Darth says, I promise to always be good if I think she's sleeping. Wait till you have 3,000 in a live and you doze off. I'm going to laugh. Shit. I better pretend to, somehow, I don't know how I'm going to do that. Oh, well, that's all I can say. Hi, Baker's favorite suitcase. James is drinking a few beers. Haven't had any in about 2 weeks. Are you still not smoking, James? Some douche keeps texting me stupid shit and it's pissing me off. Well, do what I do. Block them or turn your focus on your phone so the calls and texts don't come through. That one time I was... Yeah, the rest is me dozing, exactly. It happens. I can't help it. Baker's favorite suitcase is going to listen and do some cooking. It gives you a chuckle, and I appreciate it. Yeah. We always like to have a laugh. Whatever makes you laugh, I'm here for. Shelly's having a few cocktails too. All right. Oh shit, Darth says I forgot the food in the oven. Dude, James, you're smoking. You were just talking about how you said you were going to wait till your birthday. Is today? Tell me today's not your birthday, and I didn't know it. Ugh. Kid's dad. Yeah, I know, Shelly. But I'm sorry. Just tell him you lost your phone. Justice Third was talking about Sarah Boone case earlier. Do you all know about that? Wait, what happened? I know about her case. I watched some of her ridiculousness. Her trial wasn't like how many lawyers she went through. I kept up with it, mostly watching Lawyer break down the case a little bit. Give him hell, Shell. That's Shelly's new nickname. Give him Hell Shell. Puff, puff, pass. I missed a bunch of psych talk. Damn. This is when you decide to talk psychology, is when I fall asleep. Oh, that's right. Birthday is Mother's Day. I forgot. I did remember that your birthday was coming up. I just forgot which day it was. Yes, Sarah Boone's a suitcase chick. Lawyer you blow? No. Lawyer you know. Someone has that handle. Have you seen that? Someone has a handle, lawyer you blow. I don't know if they're a fan of lawyer you know or not a fan. Wait, we said that. Wait, what? Scarlett, we said that. I said her new nickname is Give 'em Hell Shell. Yeah, I know. I read your comment, silly. You asked one question, it started a combo. What was the question, damn it? Because Shelly says Darvader was a great combo. Great question. What was what happened in Justice Served? What did they talk about? Sarah Boone. Don't ever date girls or chicks with big suitcases either. You've seen the lawyer you blow handle? They are a fan. Okay. I didn't know which one they were. Yeah, I've seen them in TV too. Yeah. Yes, ask it again so I can see what the question is. Scarlett, you're dropped into a forest. Would you rather encounter a random man or a random bear? Oh shit. That is a good question. Fuck. Do I have time to think about it? Can I say neither? Seriously. Shelly says bear. Jeannie says, oh, I can think about it. Okay, I'll have to think about that one for a second. And Jeannie Lynn says, man, for me, because bears are way scarier. See, the thing is with a bear, I'm going to be honest. With a bear, if you just don't move, a bear doesn't necessarily know you're, you know what I mean? Now, a man, on the other hand, they see you, they know you're a female. And random man, you don't know if they're going to be, I don't know. Like I said, I really have to think about this. Oh, and bears are way hairier. Oh, fridge breaker, long ass day. Yeah, just talking about that because I just woke up from I don't even know. How long was I sleeping? 20 minutes? What if the man was Crash Daddy? Okay, I'd rather take the Crash Daddy. See? Shelly says, James, that's a different story. If I was on an island and ran into Crash Daddy, I would probably think I was dreaming. I know that handle is awesome. Fridge breaker 69. I like it. I missed some of your jokes. Damn it. I'm going to see how far. I'm going to have to go back and see how far I can scroll back. I don't even know how long I was fucking asleep. James says, I want Raquel Welch. Hey, whatever, float your boat. Speaking of, let's get back into a little bit of Crash Daddy here. Here we go.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Is that what you just described?
Correct. Yes.
Describe it one more time for the court and the jury. What is it that we're looking at right here?
So this is an exemplar set of taillights from a 2021 Lexus LX570. On my left side here, this is the liftgate taillight assembly, and it's attached to the quarter panel taillight assembly. And I know it's not normally like that. Obviously, you can't have a connector, else you wouldn't be able to open the liftgate, but I've printed a bracket back here so that these can remain as one unit.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have that marked as next in order.
Is that coming into evidence?
Yes, if possible.
Is that okay? Okay. 250.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, you indicated that there was a time.
Oh, hold on. So Dar says most men will say man. Women will answer based on what their history is. The majority of bears will kill you, but statistically, the majority of men will not. So when a woman says bear, it usually indicates more about their history without giving sordid details. That's very true. I get, now that I think about it. Yeah, that's a great, like I said, it's a great question. And all I can say is, Shelly, tell them you lost your phone. For heaven's fucking sake. Just, you know what? Let them get fucking mad. Who cares? My pause game is always on point. According to Maylin, anyway. I do get some really good pauses, don't I? You got Alessi in the background here, and you got Alan Jackson. Ugh. All right, here we go.
Area of acrylic covering the fuse, correct?
Correct.
What I'm knocking on is that the 5 millimeter acrylic?
Yes, both on the quarter panel part that you just pointed to, as well as the liftgate part.
Mr. Jackson, why don't we give that back to the witness and let him do it instead of you?
Sure. Is there, can you see through that loose material into the diffuser that you've just been describing?
Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, in this area here, there's a diffuser that's running along the bottom.
So, Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you now, I have that so close.
My apologies.
Use the other side of the witness stand.
Yes, Your Honor. So along the bottom is the clear diffuser that runs along and then goes up vertically. And then on the second tier, there's also a clear diffuser that runs along here and then goes up vertically. And you might be able to see it through, it kind of looks like there's little dots on it. So that's what I'm referring to in terms of the diffuser that's underneath. And that, again, so you have that outer material that's 5 millimeters roughly in thickness. And then those diffusers are about 3 millimeters in thickness underneath this.
Could you make a determination, and you can go ahead and have a seat. Well, actually, you may not want to. Could you make a determination of the space, the gap between the outer plasticine area, the outer acrylic area, and the internal diffusers? You can just estimate that gap.
If I had to estimate, I'd probably estimate around an inch, maybe 1.5 inches.
Okay. You indicated that something was of significance to you in this photograph about the diffusers on the subject taillight, correct?
Correct.
Describe, now that you're holding that, what was it that was of note to you, Dr. Wolf?
So as I mentioned, we have damage not only to this outer thick portion, but it was enough force and energy to then penetrate deep enough to fracture the underlying diffusers that sit below this outer surface, and certainly enough force them to work its way back through inducement into the backside, and ultimately there was a top portion of the taillight that was also fractured up here.
Was all that significant to you in your review of the subject taillight material?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and put that away.
All right, so that can't go back there because it's in evidence. So why don't you take it and
I was just going to store it there until he's finished with his testimony, and then we can give it to the clerk magistrate. Okay. However you want to do it, Your Honor. Right? I have no preference.
Is he using it still for his
Not
testimony?
right now.
So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
okay.
May I continue?
Yes.
Can we go to the next slide? What are we looking at here?
This is a collection of photographs that depict various fragments from the right rear tail lamp assembly of the Lexus. And I will note that, I'll try to spotlight it. There are a few fragments in this photograph that are glass fragments, which, as I discussed earlier, there's no glass in the taillight, so these did not originate from the assembly. But altogether, from what I recall, there's about 50 fragments, I believe, that were counted or so, maybe a little less than that from the right taillight.
If we could go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So these are photographs depicting the sweatshirt or hoodie that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing on the night of the alleged incident.
And what was the role that this played in your analysis ultimately?
Well, so one of the things that I noted, and I can go to the next slide, is there were a series of small punctures or holes in the sleeve, on the right sleeve of the sweatshirt in varying sizes. I think some as small as just a few millimeters. Again, I think there was maybe 10 or 12, I think I recall, on the right sleeve of that sweatshirt.
If we could go back to the larger the previous slide, do you see the sleeve denoted on the photograph to the right?
Yes.
Your review of these photographs, what was the significance of the triangular sort of arrows or markers?
I believe those were to annotate or draw attention to those holes.
Okay, the defects in the right sleeve?
Correct.
Can you count those for us, please?
On the photograph on the right, I believe I see a total of 9.
And what about the photograph on the left, just the right sleeve area?
9 as well.
If we can go to the next slide. What are the arrows pointing to in these photographs?
So this is basically the previous shot, but what appears to be close-ups of some of those evidence markers.
You indicated some of the sizes. What were some of the smaller sizes of those defects? Holes?
From what I recall, like I said, I think it was around 3 to 5 millimeters, maybe some of the smaller ones.
How big is 3 millimeters in inches?
It'd be probably around like an eighth of an inch or so.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are you describing when you say the word fundamental, or do you write the word fundamentals?
So I want to discuss some very basic concepts that I hope will kind of resonate as we go through the PowerPoint, so that you have an understanding of the underlying physics and what I'm talking about.
Can you go ahead and describe the role of an accident reconstructionist and the fundamentals that an accident reconstructionist undertakes when performing the kind of testing that you perform?
So as I mentioned earlier, when I was describing what a simple definition of accident reconstruction is, it's the application of physics and engineering to collision events. So this is, I want to go through some very basic elements of that so that you have an understanding of the physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here?
So this might be something you all remember back from high school physics, but even though it's been around since the late 1600s, we still use these laws today. So what we're looking at here is what I've done is just describe Newton's laws very simply. So, and again, you might be familiar with these. So for instance, if we're talking about Newton's first law, an object at rest tends to stay at rest and at a constant speed unless it's acted on by an outside force, right? So if my arm is just here, right, it's just going to stay there until I give it a push or a pull, right? When I do that, that's going to induce an acceleration, right? So that's when we get into Newton's law, where if I apply a force to a mass, I'm going to cause it to change its speed. It's going to accelerate. And then Newton's third law, basically the law of reaction, indicates that when I push on my arm, there's also an equal and opposite force going back to my hand that I'm pushing with.
What role did these three very fundamental laws of physics play in your reconstruction or your ultimate opinions and conclusions following your accident reconstruction in this case?
So when we're talking about the concept of acceleration, what you will see in the dynamic test that we did and conducted, we measured the acceleration of an arm when it's impacted by a taillight. If we know the mass of the arm and we've measured the acceleration, we can use Newton's second law, which is force is equal to mass times the acceleration to calculate what that force is applied on the arm, which ultimately you will hear from my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, to talk about that.
Is that broadly considered a force analysis?
Yes.
What role did force analysis, your force analysis, play in the accident reconstruction that you did or you undertook in this case?
Well, there's certainly going to be a correlation between the impact speed and the damage that we see. The higher the impact speed, the greater the force. So from my perspective, I was interested in the speed and the force to look at what's the observed damage to the test taillights that we did.
Do you think that's fundamental to an accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Did Dr. Welcher engage in any force analysis with regard to John O'Keefe's arm and the taillight?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So don't be too afraid. This is some really simple equations that I want to show you. So that first one, delta V. So what do I mean by that? That simply just means you can think of delta change in. So change in velocity. So if you look at that equation, the change in velocity, really simple. If I've got an object that's, let's say it's initially, for what V naught is, initially at 0 miles per hour, I hit it, and it's now moving 10 miles per hour. That means it underwent a change in speed of 10 miles an hour and is moving at that velocity. Acceleration is essentially how quickly did that velocity change occur, right? Did it go from 10 miles an hour in a split second, or did it go to 10 miles an hour over a few seconds? So depending on the timing of that, how quickly that change in velocity occurred will determine what the acceleration is. And as I've already mentioned on the previous slide with Newton's second law, we can then take that information about acceleration and apply it to, if we have a known mass, to calculate what the force on that object is.
How did these math equations, delta V, acceleration, force, how did these play into, what role did they play in terms of the accident reconstruction here in this case?
Well, they're extremely fundamental. And I think as we go through the PowerPoint, you'll have an appreciation and understanding of what these concepts are. You'll see that I have plotted graphs with acceleration that shows the rate in that change in speed over time. You will see graphs of delta V, so the change in speed of the arm as it's being impacted by the taillight. And then ultimately we can calculate the force of that impact to be able to assess whether or not there's a mechanism for the injuries. And as I mentioned, that'll be my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, that will discuss that.
Can I ask you about delta V specifically? I'd like to focus on that for a second. Is that okay?
Yes.
When you say that that equation suggests or dictates that an object that is struck by another object with mass moves up to the same speed of the object that's struck it, describe that in a little bit more detail in colloquial terms, if you will. Sixth grade terms.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Probably not. Because I don't understand this. If an object does delta V describe the circumstance in which you have an object that may be at rest and struck by another object moving, is that calculating the speed at which the object that is struck moves to the same speed as the object that's struck?
So that's the same. She's asking a simple question that he made.
Easier said than done. Sure. Can you describe in more conversational terms what delta V is describing in terms of that math?
Right. So let's just give an example specific to this case. If the majority of the arm is struck by a 6,000-pound vehicle moving, let's say at 20 miles an hour, that arm will experience a change in speed. It'll go from 0 up to about 20 miles per hour due to that impact. So that would be the change in speed. If my arm is at rest, stationary, is impacted by a 6,000-pound vehicle, it's going to change its speed up to roughly what that impact speed is.
And what about acceleration? What are you describing, or what is math or physics describing in that equation in terms of the time it takes for that arm to now move from 0 to 20?
Right. So that's how quickly that change in speed is occurring. So to give you maybe an example you're more familiar with, let's say you're driving down the road, you come up, you see a red light at the intersection, right? You're going to get on the brakes lightly, and your vehicle is going to change in speed, right? It's going to slowly decelerate. Let's say you're driving and a deer jumps out in front of you, you got to slam on the brakes, right? You're going to change your speed much quicker. So that's an example of two different rates of acceleration. One where you're mildly braking, right? You're going to coast down slowly, versus a sudden, emergency in front of you like a deer. You're going to slam on the brakes and your speed change is going to be it's going to happen much quicker with that acceleration rate.
Are there circumstances in which the acceleration can be from 0 to say 20 miles an hour in milliseconds?
Yes, when we're talking about impact durations, especially of this nature, yes, they're not going to be, we're not talking about the impact occurring over a second, 2 seconds. That's extremely long. Even a duration of a couple hundred milliseconds in the context of this is considered long.
And then, of course, the force calculation is associated with the delta V and the acceleration calculations. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
In what way? What are we looking at in terms of that a little bit more complex calculation?
Absolutely. So if you look at the bottom equation there, where I have force is equal to mass, and then that top component is the change in speed, right? That delta V, V1 minus V naught, divided by the change in time, T1 minus T naught. So if you substitute in that equation, right, that's delta V over delta T, which is acceleration. So there's a relationship between all of these equations.
And do all of these equations, or did all of these equations assist you in coming to determinations and opinions and conclusions concerning this case?
Yes.
Are these normally accepted methodologies in determining delta V acceleration force, that all the force dynamics or impact dynamics in an accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. They are the core of physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here? Scientific method. What does that mean?
So the scientific method is a process that scientists typically use to be able to reach conclusions. And so you can think about it in this case, we make an observation, right? We have injuries to the arm. We've got a damaged taillight. So let's try to do some research to figure out, okay, has anyone done testing with that, right? Has anyone hit an arm with the taillight, see what happens, see what the forces are, right? And then we start to make a hypothesis, right? So what happens, it's kind of an if-then statement. If the arm contacts the taillight, does the taillight break? Does it not break, right? What's the hypothesis there? And at least my understanding of reviewing Dr. Welcher's work, it appeared to be that his hypothesis.
Sustained. Next question.
Sure. Did you review, well, let me ask a different question. Going back to the calculations previously, the delta V, the acceleration, the force calculations that you described to the jury, did you see anywhere in any of Dr. Welcher's reports or his data that he undertook those core calculations?
No.
With regard to the scientific method, did you see whether or not Dr. Welcher followed this scientific method as you're explaining it to the jury?
Sustained.
What did you note, or what opinions or conclusions did you come to about the scientific method, if any, that Dr. Welcher did or did not undertake?
Sustained.
Did you review Dr. Welcher's entire database? In other words, all the reports, all the raw data, and his PowerPoint?
Yes.
Did he undertake the scientific method as you know it?
And so that's sustained.
Oh my God.
Continue to describe the scientific method as you know it and you employ it.
Certainly. So again, from reviewing Dr. Welcher's report, he indicated.
That's sustained. Let me see your time.
Dr. Wolf, may I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, where are we on the chart? I've lost my place.
I think hypothesis.
Okay. Let's describe, if you would, please, what hypothesis, what role hypothesis plays in the general scientific method.
So generally, it's like I said, it's an if-then statement. So if you make a statement, if the arm contacts the taillight, then the taillight will shatter, right? So you want to do tests and experimentation and analyze that data to see whether you can accept or reject that hypothesis.
And what's the next stage?
So as I mentioned, after hypothesis, it's once you've determined that, what your hypothesis is, you want to test with experimentation, analyze that data, and that certainly may be an iterative process that you do multiple times to then be able to draw a conclusion from that analysis and testing.
What's the next stage?
To basically report those conclusions and findings.
Why is it important to report those conclusions and findings?
Well, I think so that you can, whether you can accept or reject the hypothesis that was put forward earlier.
Do you have to analyze the data following the testing that you undertake?
Yes, like I mentioned, I think it's an iterative process, because certainly you could do one test and it may not be clear what the answer is at that point. So you may have to do additional tests to basically parametrically evaluate your hypothesis.
Did you see this well, let me ask you first, did you undertake this scientific method with regard to your reconstruction or your testing in this case?
Yes.
Did you observe this same scenario in Dr. Welcher's report?
Sustained as to that point, Mr. Johnson.
Did you see this undertaken anywhere else?
Sustained there. No.
Did you look for testing in Dr. Welcher's evaluation, all of his data?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
Other than the static blue paint test?
That was the only test, correct.
Did you see any force dynamics testing?
That's leading, so you can get to it without.
What about any other testing? Anything else that we've talked about? Do you see anything else done in Dr. Welcher's?
As it pertains to an analysis to the taillight and the damage and the forces, no.
Let's move on to the next slide. Did you actually undertake testing in furtherance of the scientific method?
Yes.
Let's move on to the next slide and you can describe what we're talking about. What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a test matrix of the various tests that we conducted at ARCA. I could go through them one by one if you want.
Let me ask you foundationally, was your testing directed toward determining whether or not the scenario proposed in Dr. Welcher's report was consistent or inconsistent with what you would find ultimately?
The objection sustained.
Was your testing specifically designed to determine whether the damage to Ms. Reed's vehicle or Lexus was consistent with the scenario that was proposed by Dr. Welcher?
That's sustained too. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
What was your testing? What were you engaged in terms of your testing? What were you trying to find out?
Well, I think it was to, again, we talked about earlier about that hypothesis, right? My understanding, Dr. Welcher indicated that the arm contacted the taillight, but there was no analysis or testing to determine what's the expected outcome of that. What's the damage to the taillight?
So you answered the first question. I'm striking that second part. Ask another question.
Was there anything else?
I think simply put, it's to find out what happens when you impact an arm with a Lexus taillight at various speeds. What happens?
What was your understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained.
Did you have an understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained too.
Ultimately, what were you trying to find out through your testing?
As I mentioned, I think it was determined when you impact a taillight at 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour, what happens to the taillight? What's the expected damage? What happens to a sweatshirt when it makes contact with that? What happens to the fragments? How does the arm move? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the change in speed of the arm? And certainly, as I mentioned, my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, will discuss what are the expected injuries in that type of impact.
I was just going to say that, Jeannie Lynn. I'm like, why is she tagging herself?
Did you see any of those questions answered in Dr. Welcher's report?
Ask it differently.
What did you see in terms of Dr. Welcher's report as it relates to those types of questions?
I'm not sleeping, Cat Randolph. I already took my nap.
Ultimately, did you undertake a methodology to perform the testing to answer the questions that you just explained needed to be answered for this jury?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
So we started out, we kind of worked at this incrementally, right? We didn't start right off the bat with utilizing an exemplar Lexus going right into an ATD or test dummy, right? We wanted to start in the laboratory to have an understanding what happens at a range of speeds, in this instance, in our first two tests, between 10 and 17 miles per hour, right? What happens, what kind of damage do we observe, right? At 10 miles an hour, do we even break the light? At 17, what kind of damage do we get? What kind of accelerations do we get? And then we moved up to full-scale vehicle impact testing.
Is that methodology that you just described generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction, in the broader field of engineering?
Absolutely. Everything from utilizing instrumented test dummy to using an exemplar vehicle to all the data acquisition systems that we had in the laboratory, as well as the vehicle. All of that is generally accepted techniques in the field of accident reconstruction to evaluate what we did in this case.
And are those techniques also supported by peer-reviewed articles in scientific literature related to accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Did you rely on this methodology that you just described to render opinions and conclusions as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Have you relied on that same methodology in rendering opinions and conclusions in other courts?
Yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So we've gone over this before, but this is looking at the exemplar vehicle that we utilize for the latter part of our testing. You're looking at again, just annotating where the liftgate taillight is, as well as the quarter panel taillight.
When you say exemplar vehicle, what is this SUV that we're looking at?
So it's the same year, make, and model of the subject vehicle. So it's a 2021 Lexus LX 570. So it's the same weight, same geometry, same as the subject vehicle.
Is this a picture off the internet, or do you actually have access to this truck?
We have access to that vehicle, yes.
And ultimately, what testing did you undertake specifically as it relates to this particular vehicle?
We did full-scale vehicle testing with the vehicle driving into an ATD arm, as well as an ATD arm attached to a dummy, and then a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Did you assess the damage to the right tail light after these various tests?
Yes, after all the tests.
Did you assess the acceleration and quantify the forces that were involved?
Yes.
Did you assess the material and textile damage to the clothed ATD?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you conduct lab tests in an effort to answer some of these questions as well?
Yes.
And you've already mentioned this, but you utilized in your testing the exemplar vehicle to the fullest extent that you felt necessary?
Absolutely,
Were you
yes.
hampered or hindered in any way in terms of damaging the vehicle or utilizing the vehicle in any way that you wished?
No.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are tests A and B? What are those laboratory tests?
So these were the initial two tests that we did to get an idea of starting to test this hypothesis. As I mentioned, we weren't sure at 10 miles an hour what would happen to the taillight. We wanted to see what would happen at 17 miles an hour with the arm. So again, it was to evaluate from a starting point what happens in this interaction based upon how Dr. Welcher had his arm oriented in his PowerPoint and analysis.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So you're looking at a photograph of our lab setup. You can see on the left side of that is our hybrid 3 anthropomorphic test device. To the right is a linear impactor, and this is something we already have in-house that what we built years ago for our testing that we do for the National Hockey League when we're looking at, what's the accelerations on an impact to a goalie wearing a helmet, right? We use this same device for that type of testing to measure head acceleration. So we applied the same linear impactor to be able to project, if you will, or accelerate the taillight at a known speed into the ATD arm.
What are some of the instrumentation that you use in addition to the mechanical impactor? What's some of the instrumentation you use to track the data?
Certainly. So you can see, I'll get my, here. So at the top here, there's a blue camera here. There's another blue camera here. So these are our high-speed cameras. And you'll see there's a bunch of lights around those high speeds. That's just because the frame rate's so high. And again, it's only sampling a very, very short amount of time. So you have to have a lot of light when you do these high-speed tests. So we have the high-speed cameras running. We have an accelerometer mounted to the ATD arm here on the other side. So that's some of the instrumentation. There's also a couple other cameras that we're documenting this overall.
Can we move to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these photographs?
So this is looking at, and not to be confused, this wasn't the arm position when the impact occurred. This is just showing you the setup. So on the left is just kind of an overall shot. And then on the right here is a uniaxial accelerometer. So that's going to measure, we talked about that term earlier, right? The acceleration. So that's going to measure how quickly is this arm changing its speed, right? What's the acceleration of the arm as it's impacted?
Does that accelerometer put into motion some of the mathematical formulations that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Tell me about these photographs.
So the importance of this is more specifically looking at the right photograph here. Might be a little bit hard to see, but we wanted to get the same exact sweatshirt or hoodie for the testing to evaluate if the taillight breaks, is there a mechanism for the fragments to penetrate and cause holes in the sweatshirt as were observed in Mr. John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Next slide. Were you successful in finding the exact replica sweatshirt?
Yes. And I will note, as I mentioned, I know it probably is hard to see, but the material blend on the sleeves are the exact same. They are 60% cotton and 40% polyester.
Was it important in your mind to maintain consistency with the data that you received concerning John O'Keefe's clothing?
Certainly. I think we wanted to try to control as many variables as we could.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Test A. Describe test A for us, please.
So you're going to see a series of photographs and then videos, but test A was mounting a preconditioned taillight on that linear impactor to accelerate it into the hybrid 3 arm to, again, evaluate the damage to the taillight and the acceleration to the arm.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in these photographs?
So you're looking on the left, a photograph just before the impact test was conducted. On the right, you're looking at a thermal image that is depicting the temperature profile of the taillight.
Describe that thermal image.
Certainly. Your Honor, may I look at my notes?
Yes.
So what I did is I analyzed the profile of the temperature down in this area. And when we look at that segment, that lower portion here, where contact was made, the average temperature in that area was about 34 degrees with a minimum of about 33 degrees.
How did you get that exemplar taillight down to around freezing?
So all of the taillights that we tested were preconditioned overnight in a freezer.
Why was that important?
Well, it's my understanding that at the time that this allegedly occurred, the ambient temperature was 31 degrees Fahrenheit. So as I mentioned earlier, certainly there's a correlation between how plastics perform in cold weather. So we wanted to take that variable into account in our testing to precondition them down to temperatures that were consistent with at the time of the alleged incident.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide, in this photograph?
So this is a video. Do you want me to go ahead and play the video?
Tell us what we're about to see, and then I'll ask the first question.
So you were looking at a camera that is mounted above the entire setup. If you look at the top portion of this video, you will see the taillight part that's covered by the high-speed camera. But what will happen is the linear impactor will fire, and the taillight will be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour, striking the closed ATD arm.
With the court permission.
Okay.
Let's go to the video. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is also a video, but with the high-speed camera. So it's the high-speed camera that's looking top down at the arm. So you will see when the video plays, you will see the taillight enter from the left and contact the arm. And I will note that this is essentially slow mode, so it's not happening in real time. So you'll see the taillight slowly moving, but it's actually in reality moving at 10 miles per hour.
Understood. Look for that. Can I ask a question now that that's played? How did you mount the taillight to the accelerator, that linear accelerator?
Right. So we had to get a little bit creative there because you may have observed this when we had the physical assembly out earlier. The back of that, it's not some nice clean surface that we can just bolt on. So what we had to do is 3D print a bracket that we could bolt onto the linear impactor, and we used a polyurethane expanding foam to be able to marry those two together so that we could then bolt it onto the linear impactor to use it for this test.
Did you see any debris from that foam mounting mechanism?
Yes, there's a few flakes you can see of that polyurethane foam off the backside kind of going into being dispersed there.
Okay. With regard to this particular 10-mile-an-hour test, what did you note in terms of the damage to the taillight?
It was very minimal.
And what did you note in terms of any damage at all to the hoodie?
There was none.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is looking at a side view. So same test, just looking at it from the side. And similarly, you'll see the taillight come from the left and impact the arm.
If we can play this, please. What did you note in terms of deflection of the arm, the test arm?
Well, the arm essentially, and we'll see this in the data later, it reaches a common velocity with the taillight based upon the portion of the arm that was contacted, again, consistent with how Dr. Welcher has it oriented, it will become accelerated up to 10 miles an hour roughly.
Over approximately what period of time is that arm accelerated up to 10 miles an hour along with the taillight?
We'll see it on the data plots. I think it's about 10 milliseconds or so.
How long, do you know how long an eye blink on average takes?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't. Probably pretty quick.
Somewhere around 250 milliseconds. Does that sound right?
Sustained.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So these are extracted frames from the high-speed video that we just saw on the previous slide, basically showing just at contact, just after contact, and then post-contact. So you can see the kinematics of the arm and how the arm is moving.
Okay. Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this photograph?
So this is photographs taken of the taillight after the 10-mile-an-hour test. I will note that there was a couple small fragments of the clear portion of the assembly, the outer lens that was missing from that turn signal area towards the left here. There's a couple fragments missing, and then there was some small fracturing here in that area.
How would you describe the damage to the taillight of the 10-mile-an-hour test?
If I may go to the next slide, I think it might.
Sure.
So this was the totality of that damage at 10 miles per hour. So I would describe it as minimal and superficial.
Okay. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is the photograph that I just shown you compared to that of the subject taillight so that you can have a side-by-side comparison of the test taillight compared to that of the subject.
Were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions about whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 10 miles an hour?
It's inconsistent, in my opinion.
Next slide, please. This is still test A, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing is consistent with being struck by the taillight at 10 miles per hour?
What I observed from the test is that there was no mechanism to create any of the holes that we observed on the subject sweatshirt.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
As well as the former opinion that you just gave us?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So this is a graph that shows the roughly, on the next graph, you're going to see a 24 millisecond window. So what I want to show you on this graph is what does that look like over a full second so you can have an appreciation of just how quickly this is occurring. As you mentioned earlier, I think your comment about a blink of an eye, this is even shorter than that. We're looking at, as you'll see on the next graph, again, it spans over just a few milliseconds. So that yellow tick that you see in the middle there, what I've done is I plotted that over a full second. So 1 second is equal to 1,000 milliseconds. So if we go 500 milliseconds to the right, 500 milliseconds to the left, this whole graph represents 1 second in time. This impact duration is occurring very quickly.
1 second, is that reflected from the beginning of the graph to the end of the graph? That's representative of 1 second, is that right?
Correct. So starting at this y-axis all the way to here is 1 second in time, with our impact duration happening over just a few milliseconds.
And this was at 10 miles an hour?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So we're looking at the acceleration or the change in speed over time, that parameter that we discussed earlier. So what you can see is that as the arm is impacted, we have the accelerometer mounted on the inside portion of the forearm, if you will. You see that it starts to accelerate, right? Because it's changing its speed, and then it starts to level off after the impact has subsided, basically, and it's reached a common velocity.
What do we see in terms of the G forces that the arm is subject to?
So the peak is occurring right around here at about, looks like just over 6 milliseconds. And the peak acceleration is just over 130 Gs.
And what does that mean? What is a G?
So a G is acceleration due to gravity. So if we're being held down by 1 G, so you can think of it as basically a multiplication factor, that it's 131 times the acceleration due to gravity.
And the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is, again, that concept that we talked about earlier, delta V. This is the change in speed. So if we do some math to the previous data that we collected, it's a technique called integration, where we can actually add up all of that acceleration to determine what speed did the arm get up to. And when we do that calculation to this data, what we see is that initially at the impact, right, the arm's at rest, right, Newton's law, first law. And then we impart a force on it in terms of the tail light impacting it. It's going to cause the arm to accelerate and change its speed. So as I noted earlier, it's essentially going to reach a common velocity with the impact force based upon how Dr. Welcher has the arm oriented. And we can see that it's a tick over 10 miles per hour at just over 10 milliseconds. So that means that the arm in a 10 millisecond period is going from 0 up to about 10 miles per hour, which was the speed of the impact.
And 131 times the force of gravity is exerted on the arm at the same time?
Sustained us to that point.
Where does gravity play into this? What is the 131 Gs? Where's that force exerted?
So that is the acceleration that the arm experienced as a result of that impact. So that's how quickly it was changing in speed.
Understood. Let's go to the next slide.
So is this a good place to take a morning recess? All right, folks, I'll take a recess.
I think this will be a good place for us, or well, for me, to call it a day for today, so I don't fall asleep on you guys again. I was good in math too, Darth Vader. I don't know if I necessarily missed graphs or anything, but I was good at math, which is why I took AP Calc my senior year. I liked it. It was hard. It was not an easy class, but it was interesting. Can't remember shit about it. I can still do algebra and shit, but trying to do calculus, not going to happen. But you guys are awesome. My Sleeping Beauty is my new name. That's okay. I'll take it. I've been called worse. But you guys are amazing. Thank you guys so much for hanging out again, as always, with me, even while I was sleeping. I know you are, Jeannie Lynn. Don't worry. Oh, I love you guys. Thank you so much. I'm gonna get some dinner and hang out. And I wanted to do a psych night. I was going to do it tonight, and I didn't get anything prepared. But if I manage to stay awake and feel like going live later, check back. I might do that. But tomorrow night for sure is going to be a blast. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock p.m. We are just going to have so much fun and lots of laughs. Aw, love too, Nefarious. I love all of you. And I can't wait for tomorrow either. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yes, be here or be square. And I understand it is late for some people. If not, just be here on replay. And that is more than enough. So, party tomorrow night, 10 o'clock. Yes, I will eat and rest up. That is what I'm going to do now. Aw, Shelly, you guys are amazing. Look at you. You guys make my days brighter. You have no idea. Seriously. And my wonderful mod. Thank you, Maylin. What am I gonna have for dinner? I haven't decided yet. I don't have much, so I think I have some frozen shrimp scampi in the fridge. So I think I'm gonna make that because it's quick. And I just make some noodles, some spaghetti noodles, and throw it on top. This sounds really good. So yeah, probably that. Yeah, I am so excited for tomorrow night. But I gotta rest up. I can't be falling asleep midstream tomorrow. Ooh, Bruins tomorrow, but I can multitask. See, the Red Wings fucked it up again this year, so I checked out on hockey. I'll watch the Stanley Cup games, but that's it. You might have to be a rectangle. Nefarious. Have a good one, sweetie. Oh, Melmax here. Been working a lot. Glad I caught you so I can say hi. Aw, thank you. Well, we're just ending for today anyways, but be here tomorrow at 10 p.m. One way or another. We got just an awesome thing planned for tomorrow. We're going to have so much fun. And yeah, and I'll be here tomorrow afternoon too, one way or the other. We will be streaming the rest of Dr. Wolf at least tomorrow. The rest of his direct and his cross and then redirect. Or yeah, I said that right, I think. I don't know, I'm tired. Yes, shrimp scampi is yummy. I love it. And Kroger's always has I'm telling you, like I've told this before and I'll tell you again, if you can't go to the grocery store, you can actually save money by doing DoorDash delivery. It's $10 a month. It's one of the only bills I have besides my rent and my phone. And they always have amazing deals. And Kroger always has their Kroger brand shrimp scampi 2 for $10. And in the store, they're $10 a piece. So like I grab that every time they have it, and pretty much lately they have it all the time. Same with the 12 packs or the 24 packs of pop at Meijer's. $9.99 to $12.99 for a 24 pack of pop when they're like what, $18.99 in the store. It's insane. Melmac says, I'll try to be here tomorrow night. Yay. Oh, Jeannie Lynn says, I'll be back tonight if you're on. Yeah, like I said, I really wanted to do a psych night this week. It didn't happen. It didn't get set up. But if I can stay awake after I eat and stuff, I might come back on and just do something, kind of improv on the psych thing. If I go on tonight live, post it in Discord, I don't always get notified. Okay. I can't say always. 90% of the time, I post my lives in Discord. Sometimes I forget. Yeah, I know you guys are exhausted. Some of you guys can understand the sleepiness. And James says, I'll be lurking around YouTube tonight. I think we all lurk one way or another. I'm sure I'll see you on the tube somewhere. If I can't, if I don't go live tonight, I'm sure I'll see you in chat somewhere. Oh, Darth Vader got overwhelmed with Discord. I get it. That's how I was at first, but some of my peeps helped me out. I still don't go on it a lot. I did my Discord. I made it and then I stopped updating it and I need to get back on it. So hopefully I can get it going good. Because I wanted to start posting psych articles and all the things that we talk about on psych nights, and I haven't been able to do it. I've been so busy, and then now I've been sleeping. Yeah, my Discord is not over mobbed, as Jeannie Lynn puts it. Yeah, well, Baker's is busy. Baker's Discord is busy, that's why. And he's got so many channels on in his Discord that yeah. If you just go on someone's Discord and focus on the like mine is say whatever you want. That's my main channel. That's where you post and have conversations and whatever. If you just stay with the main channel, then you're good to go. James just says, I don't know shit about Discord. Yeah, mine's definitely not fast paced. People have small conversations, post some gifs, some memes. I post some lives and articles, or not really articles. I haven't really posted articles, but I posted some lives and other people's YouTube videos that I think are interesting. Oh, speaking of, I watched one last night. I need to put in there. Oh, yeah, Kat Randall. Yes, if you have a Discord. If you want to join my Discord, send me an email and I will then email you back a link. Oh, Nefarious, did you accept my friend request on Discord? Because you said you were going to DM me. I haven't been on since we talked about that, so I don't know if you sent me a message or accepted my friend request on Discord. Because I know you said you wanted to DM me. So if you did, I will get it once I get off here. If not, send it to me and I will. I did send you that friend request, though. Yeah, James, if you want to try my Discord, email me. And Maylin put my email in the chat. So send me an email and I will email you back a link. And when you click on that link, it'll take you to Discord and say, do you accept invite? And it'll take you right to my Discord page. Yeah, I'm really bad about my email lately. I haven't checked it in a couple days. So I will make sure to check it as soon as I get off here for an interview that want to because Nefarious, because also since I sent you a friend, you didn't see my friend request? Hold on, Nefarious. I swear I sent it to you. Hold on. I just gotta find my actual phone now. Shit. Where's my fucking phone? I fell asleep with it in my hand and now I can't find it. Oh, crap. Hold on, guys. The fuck? Where the hell did it go? Don't tell me it fell all the way down the side. No. Hold on. Oh, I found it. Somehow I sat on it and it was under my ass. Okay. Let's see. Discord. Oh yeah, you've seen it. Wait. you're on right now, except, oh, you sent me a request. Yay. Okay. So you're on, Nefarious, you are on. Okay, so I'm sending you. Okay, that's weird. Oh, I sent it to a different one. Nefarious, do you have two Discords or did you? Because I have one with a bunny with red glasses. And then you sent me one with the same picture that you have, or no, not, yeah. The same one that you have on YouTube's. You're the worst with email. Yeah, I just hate my, and that's why I made a whole new email for my YouTube page. But even so, I get bad at not checking it. So I have to do better. Oh, you do? And I forgot. I have one that's on my computer, but I use the one on my phone more. Okay, so I sent you one to your old one, but I just got and accepted your friend request from the one you sent me. So I just sent you a wave back. So I know you wanted to send me a DM, so that now we can. Okay, James, have a great one. Now that we're just, talking shit about Discord. The one I have on YouTube is the one I have on my phone. Yes. Okay, gotcha. I just sent you a wave back to that one, so we're all good. Yes, that's my email. Oh, Malin says I forget to check my DMs on X. That's funny. I haven't been on X for a couple days, I'm going to be honest. I seriously, I keep asking myself why the fuck I ever made an account. The crap, the shit that's on there is just ridiculous. I'm gonna be honest. Ooh, he's gonna jam to a little Van Halen. Little music is always good for the soul. All right, guys, that's gonna be it for me today, at least for now. If I go on late tonight, I will let you know. Oh, yeah, I have not seen it. I was looking for it. I have not seen anything come out publicly yet. So, I will let you know. I will make a post or talk about it as soon as I see it on my next live. So, all right, guys. I love you so much. Go relax. I'll see you on the tube somewhere or another later on today. Yeah, if I don't go live tonight, I'll be live back here tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Love you guys. Bye.